2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
How's everyone at home?
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for new forest.
Like an hour later,
Racing for Green.
Flight to Denmark. It was exactly the same. It was the same. So took off and landed straight back down in Luton again. It was definitely. I thought it was half.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider, peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table, trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers and sisters. Welcome back to the EEWC round number 4. We are in the beautiful surroundings of Sao Paulo, Brazil for Interlagos. We have been to Matsusuka, we have been to America, and we've been to Japan, and now we're in Brazil. For what is going to be, Michael, my goodness me, Francesconi getting that one all kinds of squiggly in the number 53 at Pescara GTE Porsche. So, yesterday we had the practice session, and it's always been good. It's always a great feeling to be back. We were at Sebring last time out, we were at Monza before that, and so we started the season way back at the beginning of the year at Matsusaka. So, one thing that we do like to try and replicate here at EEWC, well, don't try to, we do, as my goodness me, Carl Yikegaard getting the Gatwick Hussitz Corvette, all kinds of squiggly as well, is the weather. We do replicate the weather conditions that are actually on the circuit at the time. So, at the moment, you can see it's pretty sunny. What a surprise. It's Brazil. Have we got anything on the map? Not a thing. There is not a cloud to be found. It is summer after all. So, if it's anything like what we've had here in the UK, I'm going to complain about the weather because one, I'm British, and we British are known for complaining. So I will put that one out there. But two, we're not geared for very high weather here. You know, high weather to us, anything over 30, and the country starts to panic. And that's what we have. That's what we have for several days here in the UK. Brazil are probably a bit more equipped for such things than we are. As we look at Darius Andrade in the juices and number 15 and 52. So we will be, as you can see, we've got a we're at the beginning of a 2-hour session at the moment. So we are looking at particular times going on. There is the Juices squad, Robert Pound's crew, as they've got Sabakis, Steinprinz, and Darius Andrade who are out there at the moment, and Janssen Bintz. That looked a bit too much curb going on there, it looked like. But at this stage, people are still finding their feet on what the car can and can't do, and he's coming into the pits anyway, so that's not going to count for anything. So for those unfamiliar with the format, we're going to have 2 qualifying sessions. We are running this first one in the daylight hours, and then we will switch over to our nighttime session, and where we run another qualifying session in the dark. So it gives our drivers the opportunity to fine-tune their setups for both conditions. Now, you might argue that, well, what difference does the time of day make? It can make a colossal difference, particularly over a 12-hour stint. Of course, we have got 12, and we're looking forward to the 12 hours of Interlagos this very weekend. But yeah, tyre temperatures makes a difference, so that affects how the car is going to behave, especially here in Interlagos, where you have got an insane number of corners. There's a lot of twiddly bits that our drivers have to contend with. So having a car that's going to behave itself is very, 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 very important. So having practice during the 2 sections of the 12 hours, of course, daylight and night, it is going to be very important for understanding how the car is going to behave in those periods. The transition from one to the other, well, you'll get an idea of that by how well your car is doing from one scale to the other. So then, what have we got here? We have got, that's our GTEs. That's how our GTEs are looking qualifying at the moment. At the top of the tree currently is Ivan Aguado in the MCM Motorsport car. But as you can see, they haven't done very many laps, so we've only got 5 laps complete on the board. 129.959 is the qualifying standard for the GTEs. Then it's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Again, we don't know who at any given time is in that car. Then it is the very squiggly Michael Francesconi in the 53 Mistero Pescara car. Again, beginning of the broadcast, and I'm tripping over everyone's names already. Yep. As expected that throughout the entire broadcasting. Then it is Mike, so the 53 car was into the 29s yesterday, so we're expecting these times to be coming down as the session continues. Of course, as you can see at the top of the screen, we've got 1 hour 49 and a half to go, so no one's going to be pushing too hard just yet. Who is next? It is the GT3s, only 3 times on the board so far. Again, we're right at the top of the session, so not everybody's here. Callum Wilson, we saw him introducing the Glam Racing 404 Audi to the wall a few times yesterday. So hopefully he's managed to keep that car under control this time around. And then that's the Gadget Husic car, which it's a bit strange when you have the picture of that car, because one side of the car has one colour scheme, which is the kind of blue colour scheme, and the other side is completely different. So yeah, it's one of these things that is kind of difficult to get a picture of. Not much to report on our LMP2s, as you can see at the moment, like I said, yes, at the top of the session. So not an awful lot to report just yet. And yeah, that's all we can report for DPI as well. Just burst. That is out there at the moment. I've been informed that there's an echo on stream. Oh, thank you for that, Maria, for reporting that one. If I can leave that to our technical gurus to figure out why we have a bit of an echo. I can't fathom for why on my side, so I get apologies for that. There is an echo of some description. So, again, apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We will get that sorted out. Mitchie Hoyer, good to see Mitchie. I say that quite a few times. I always refer back to when he was struck down with COVID it was quite the beginning of the season. The burst number 18 getting very, very squiggly. As they all will, because again, this is an unrelenting circuit when it comes to how these cars perform, and even coming through Mugello. Jun Xiao. That car just does not want to behave itself, but it is still one of the quickest beasts out there. Of course, the DPI, the fastest class we have in the EEWC. He's not going to be able to use its overwhelming speed advantage too much, as Darius Andre, he's really shaking the Juices Motorsport Club too. But that's different, Darius. That's not going to be the quickest way of doing things, but I'll give you that for some style points. That is the most bizarre way I've ever seen of tyre warming. To spin the car and then go backwards a little way. That's a new one on me. That's impressive. But there is the Burst Esports Simplicity number 18, currently in the hands of Mitchie Hoyer, on the back of, quite tell which one of the cars he was catching there. One of the Corvettes, I think, that he's coming up to. So the DIS Sim Racing Porsche just behind, working his way through. That's Peronino, and then up to Bico de Pato, or the Duckle. Now coming back down the hill through Mugello. And then down towards Jun Xiao. Interesting that Mitchie Hoy has chosen to stay behind the Corvette. Now, this gives Mitchie a great opportunity to practice what it's going to be like staying behind traffic. Because you have got an opportunity to get the horses galloping from Jun Xiao, as Mitchie's now doing. Although, is he coming in the pits? Yes, he is. I thought he was going to hit the wall there. So from Jun Xiao right the way back through to turn one, is the longest stretch that these guys are going to be on the right foot for. So you're going to get the top speed really relevant at this point. Now, the other place that they're going to start to get the horses galloping is from the exit of this NRS through Curva del Sol and right the way down to the Descida de Lago. Again, they're not going to quite hit top speed, so this circuit is much more about aerodynamic and cornering efficiency than it is about raw top speed. So we're probably not going to see such a huge gap between primarily our LMP2s and DPIs that we saw in the likes of Sebring and Monza, which has a lot more high-speed elements in it. But going back to Matsusaka, our opening round of the season, the LMP2s and DPIs for a long time were very, very close in overall pace. As we're looking at Ivan Aguado in the MCM Motorsport car, the number 27, and we're just letting the DIS Sim Racing Porsche go there. Another car that's been out there we haven't mentioned yet, we haven't spotted him, Wojtek Pelesny, the Czech Republic driver in the Duties Motorsports GTE entry. He's been out there but not set a time. You can see on the tower. The red mark is simply who we are looking at. There's the Juices, number 15. Of course, Darius Andrew. Whoops, kicking up a bit of dust on the exit of, I think that was down. That's coming down towards. That's coming up the hill, so that was Descida de Lago. Oh dear, that's not ideal. He's doing the backwards thing again. He has a thing of doing that. Again, style points, but not the quickest way of conducting yourself there. Damien Scavron has been out there in the Burst Esports LMP entry. So again, no time on the board just yet. So long way to go before we start. He's having a chat with the marshal. Well, I mean, the Orange Army are generally very busy people. It's quite nice that you go over there and have a chat to them, Darius. Taking a very scenic route. We are on board, or were briefly, with Francesconi there. There's Mitty Hoyer. Still currently sole DPI time set. Now, coming back as well to explaining about the 2 qualifying sessions, so not only does it give our drivers an opportunity to practice. Oh dear, Callum Wilson, you've found the ball, haven't you? This isn't him doing the crash in slow-mo, this is a replay of the incident. So again, Callum Wilson did this in practice yesterday a few times, introducing the Glam Racing Audi to the wall, and he's done it again. That's... oh, goodness me. You're determined to reshape that car, aren't you? Oh dear. Well, that'll all come good, I'm sure, as the day goes on. There's Mitty Hoyer again. So, as mentioned, the other reason, or the primary reason for running the 2 qualifying sessions, one of the day, one of the night, the average of those 2 sessions is what is used to form the grid. So you can be absolutely blinding in the daylight, but if you really struggle in the darkness hours, it's going to impact where you potentially sit in the grid. Damien Scavron is back on track in the Burst Esport Good Sunglasses car, number 94, working his way past the distinct black and purple colour scheme of the Glamour Racing Audi. There's Francesconi in the Muster Pescara car. Pointing the right way at the moment. This is one of our 6 GTEs that have gone out there at the moment. The only... Well, there's 2 cars we haven't seen a time from just yet, as we look at Mitchie again. Still no other of our DPIs have come on circuit. Plenty of time for that to change. That's the Juices car that's just behind him. There's 2 different classes, the DPIs and the LMPs. Now, the DPI is, as mentioned, the fastest category that is available in this series. But the performance difference is not so huge, as I was explaining earlier, between the DPIs and, whoa, there's Mitty Hoyer putting on a bit of a show, coming through Jun Xiao. It's very sideways for the number 18 car. The performance difference is not as big here in Interlagos between the DPIs and the LMPs, and between the GTE and GT3 as well. All mainly down to the fact that the top speed is not so crucial. It is important. I mean, being fast is always important in racing, funny enough, but it's not the be-all and end-all. Tracks like Monza and Sebring that we've been to already, the top speed has a more of an impact on your overall standings than it will do here, because it's so much more cornering, as Mitty Hoyer goes a bit wide at the Descida de Lago, which is turn 4, and through goes the Juices car. So, Mitty realising he's made a mistake. Actually, the Juices car made exactly the same mistake as well. So, Mitty probably didn't need to let the Juices car go, but that is what he's chosen to do. Working his way through Laurentino and Peronino. Now back up the hill towards Biga de Pato. And down the hill towards Mugello. Again, apologies if I'm not getting these names completely right, as I'm doing my best with them. Jun Xiao is coming up next. Again, a lot of moments of just touching onto the grass, which is not going to be ideal for when they switch over to the Diamond Zaz. There's Damien Scavron. He's the person on the left-hand side of that particular shot. Oops, as Damien nearly clouts the wall on the way back out. That's not ideal. But out he comes in the number 94 LMP2 entry in the Burst car. So he'll be looking to improve on those standings. Only second in the timings for the Burst squad. I need to bring up my tiny screen because I realise I haven't done so. That's completely on me. Apologies for that. I'll do that shortly so I can get a better idea of who is where. Oh no, beg your pardon. Actually, the number 94 car is third. It's the Juices car, Darius Andre, sits second in the MPs at the moment, I think. Looking at the ticker at the top, the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is at the top of the GTEs, with Ivan Avangado being just knocked off the top. One of the LMPs hasn't set a time. That's why there were 3 of them appearing on the ticker at the top there. So there are only 2 times on the board, separated by a huge 76 thousandths of a second. There's the Glamrock Audi again. So that's Damien Scott from then just starting a new time lap. 1:20.2 is the time he previously put on the board. We'll see then how that can be improved upon as the session continues. So yeah, not too many cars out there to talk about at the moment. More will be coming along, of course, unless some are choosing to skip qualifying. Now, yeah, some teams were struggling a little bit with fielding a team, as it is, of course, summer. Of course, towards the tail end of July, schools have broken up and what have you, so not everybody is available. That's the nature of the beast. Unless we kind of shut down for several months, then it's difficult to kind of avoid summer. And that's not really how motorsport works, let's be honest. So, yeah, it's kind of difficult to avoid those gaps in calendars. But either way, we should be on for a very, very exciting race come race day, which will be tomorrow. And here is how. So this is the collection of DPIs that we have. Only the burst car is here at the moment. The other 4 have yet to appear. We'll look forward to seeing them soon. The 79 Axle, Team Adrenaline, Team Viaducton, and the Unison Racing cars will be joining us in due course. Or otherwise, they essentially just compromise the qualifying. Now, again, it can be argued that qualifying is not so important in an endurance race, and that is true to a point, but even still, you still want to kind of gauge where you sit in comparison to the rest of the participants. Only 2 of our LMP2 cars have appeared just yet, which is Juices and Burst. So we're looking forward to seeing the Team Iris, the Cyberlinks, or the Team Iris pair, the Cyberlinks car, and the 79 Axle LMP2 entry. We look forward to seeing them later on. The 79 Axle's team is who leads. They're joint leaders of the LMP2 category, actually, with Burst. Our GTE lineup, 9 entries, and I think we have 5 of them at the moment. Yes, 5 of them have either are in or have been in the session at some point. It's Juices that lead the way as far as the championship is concerned by quite some considerable margin, but it's DIS on the top with Musto Pescaro behind them, then MCM. Then ID Sim Sport are the 4 GTEs that have set a time, so we're waiting for Juices. We are waiting for the rest of the GTE lineup really to come along and see what they can do at this stage. And our GT3 contingent is the Valencia Racing by Aztec Sim Sport squad that lead that championship by a very, very narrow margin over Brazilian emblazoned CKR cars. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the CKR team do, the number 13 car, but they're not in the session yet. So it's Glam Racing at the moment, of the 3 that have set a time. Then Valenti, then it's DSR Gadget. So we're waiting for Mugen, Teleforeningen, CKR, the One Move Esports. It's a fresh entry into the series. It's good to see a new fresh blood on the table, and the B32, one of my favourite livery cars, that beautiful black and orange McLaren. There's DIS Sim Racing now. Now, generally, as those that haven't seen the series before, you'll get an idea of who's driving the car by the name tag in the middle of the screen. We've seen, Mitty Hoyer and what have you. Their name will appear at the bottom. Unfortunately for the DIS Sim Racing Lab, their teams, for whatever reason, their entry didn't go through like that. So we only ever see the they're all racing from the same location. So it's actually a physical driver change, not just a game change. So it's not someone has remotely got out of the car and got in. It's actually a one central location that they all drive from. So that's why they appear like so. There's Michael Francesconi. For some reason, I can't get his name right whatsoever. Currently sitting second in the timing seat, but say we've got an hour and a half to go of this session, and with one other session after that to go. What can he do in the Porsche? It's going to be interesting to see the diversity of the different cars that we've got in use and how well they do. Michael Peterson in the ID Sim Sport car enjoying the Brazilian sunshine from the garage. Not yet out there on track. There's the very colourful Gadget Husa car. As you can see, it's blue on one side and red on the other. Making a thumbnail for the thing is often quite difficult. There's a car Liekegard that is currently in charge of the Treble 7 car. They sit 6th in the GT3 Championship at the moment, right only 6 points behind the Mugen Sim Racing car and 7 points ahead of the Teleforening and BMW. Nothing else that Corvette makes a rather nice roar as it comes past. What have they got to find? Let me have a look at the time. So 1:30.574 was their time. They not long set actually. How much have they got to find? About half a second, just under. So 1:30.0 was Marcel Kaspersky for Azatec in the Azatec Audi. Audi and Porsche seem to be the favoured cars in the GTE and GT3 classes. And of course, you don't have that diversity in LMP2 and DPI. It is single make in both of those classes. There's Damien Scavron. What's his lead? 3/10 over Robert Pound, who Robert Pound, the team captain, now takes over the number 15 Deuces Motorsports car. There is Damien Scavron, who has done mighty things in the Burst car. The Burst team doing very, very well. I always have a huge amount of respect, and I've mentioned this many times in endurance commentary. I have a huge amount of respect for those that are able to... Whoa, catch it! Good lad, well caught. And he's still going. He's having a lot of fun out there as Frank Asconi. You've completely put me off my rhythm, sir. That was a great slide from the Musto Pescara Porsche there. There's Robert Pound in the Deuces Motorsports. Oh my goodness, everyone's having a go. Trying to do drifting in a GT and GT3 car is hard enough. These things are not designed to go sideways. They're designed to go around corners and go forwards very fast. If you try and slide, as soon as you start sliding in these things, they will bite you. That's put me off my thread entirely now. I can't even remember what I was coming on to say. With the amazing sliding going on in the Porsche. Fantastic stuff. And it's Covron. What can you do? Where do you sit in our LMP2 as well? At the top of the two that are here and with us at the moment, 1:19.783 being his time, which he set last time around. Will secure his spot at the top of the LMP2s. At present, as you can see on the tower in the top left-hand corner, just 0.363 of a second is what Robert Pound, who's just taken over the number 15 car, would have to find, as in comes Damien Scavron. Actually, Robert Pound came in as well. But they're still able to fiddle with the setup. And that's always a difficult thing for... I know what I was saying before. I always have a huge amount of respect for endurance drivers. I struggle enough in a 45-minute or even an hour sprint race, which is a different discipline, I grant you, but I could not do 3 hours of a single stint. I just couldn't do it. So I have a huge amount of respect for our drivers. That's what I was coming on to say before we saw the amazing sliding efforts of Michael Francesconi. As we now see Marcel Kaspersky, a name I seem to pronounce differently every time I say it, in the Azatec Sim Sports by Volante Racing Audi. Second in the GT3s, they've got 1.5 tenths to find over that Audi. The Callum Wilson piloted Glam Racing number 404. So I'm going to grab a drink there. Oh, excuse me. Same time that I've managed to unplug my own headphones. Let's see if this is going well for me today. I could do that if I wanted to ignore production, but I think they fire me after a while if I did that. It is very important to stay hydrated, as our production has told me. Very true, especially as I'll be doing the rabbiting on my own. Excuse me. The Callum Wilson is no longer top of the GT3s, because that is now in the hands of Marcel Kaspersky. For the Azatec team, for the 1:29.735 has claimed the top of the GT3 contingent, ahead actually of Ivan Aguado in the MCM Motorsport car, number 27, and that's in the GTEs. But this is the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. So, before we have a look at how everyone else is doing, let's have a commercial break.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
So Kasperschik in the Aztec Audi coming through to complete another lap. I think that's actually starting a lap. And looks like the DIS Sim Racing Porsche got himself into a bit of trouble. Oh, don't trip over that's one of the burst cars this has gone past. Oh, no. That's not how things are done. Him and Callum Wilson were actually fairly close together earlier on. What's Mitchie Hoyer done in the Burst eSport number 18? Oh, he's been kicking up dust there. Jun Shao on the run down to Jun Shao quite a few times. Again, isn't he? That's on the way up the hill. Oh, that's wide. That's explorative. I think it's the only way we can say that. That's exploring where the track limits will kick in. Well, there's a big white line. Oh my goodness, can he catch it? He did. My goodness me. Despite the fact that these things do have big old wings on them, it's really easy to do that. It is very easy to get the tail to get very light, because you've got to think they're coming over a bit of a crest. Let's watch it again. This is where he wanders wide. No, so there you can see he's put the nose in a little bit too much as that undulation starts to change. So it's where the uphill starts to come back down again. So the car starts, the weight transfer in the car is starting to be, agitated. And there's a lot of horsepower under the right foot. So it's really, really easy for the car to get a little bit upset and go for a bit of a wander. As we look at Ivan Aguado in the MTM Motorsport Corvette. Aston Martin. I did that last time. That's in the Aston. Number 20. As soon as I said it, I knew. Something doesn't fit in this picture. Maybe the British barriers are on the front. Did Aguado improve that time? 1:29.4, so improved in time but not position. There's Michael Pedersen. Good to see him out there in the ID Synsport car. 1:6. Did he improve that time? No, not that time around. 1:31.132 his qualifying time. If one of those panels was blue and the other red, it would be like those old 3D glasses you used to get. As we were looking at the same car twice. Dear. So on the right hand side is our GT3 leader, which is Marcel Kaspersky, or was. Now it's switched to Robert Pound, who again is exploring the lines on the exit of that was down at Desida de Largo with that going on. And again, we've seen a few cars going wide there. And there goes my phone. So apologies for that. So yeah, that's one of the things that a few people have been searching searching track limits quite a few times down there. The phone will stop, I promise you. Damian Scovron coming out of the pits. So whoever is phoning will get the idea in a minute. So screaming on towards, well, he's just come out of the pits. So 1:19.783 his time, still his time that's put him at the top of the tree. And Robert Pound is the other of the LMP2s in the session at the moment. There is Mr. Scovron for Burst, the number 94 car that is all focused and ready to roll. Whoever's phoning is determined. I'll give them that. I'd have given up by now. No, they're still going. We'll continue to ignore them. So, coming down the hill, so no, it's not really too much to mention on what David Scovron's doing, as of course he's on the outback. Aha, there we go. There we go. They finally got the idea. I've realised I made a fatal mistake in that our landline phones are all in this room. So my wife can't deal with them because she won't know it's ringing. But I'll sort that out in the next commercial break. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So Damian Scovron then, let's follow him through his lap, but let's look at seeing how it looks also from a driver's perspective. We now come into the Senna S's, and you get to see from actually riding on board with the number 94, and obviously you can see the actual driver inputs. You might think, well, we can see this anyway with the steering wheel moving, but it doesn't really give you a full picture of how much effort they have to go through in a really technical twisty track such as Interlagos. That's Desida de Largo, the double left-hander. So we're now at the kind of the lowest point in the circuit. We're now going to start to really rise, and it's difficult to get an idea of just how steep that hill is. We come through Ferragire, Larangina, and now the S's. Oh, and the car did not want to turn in there. You had to have two goes and go to the nose to turn in. Peronino is that left-hander now coming up towards the Biga de Bato. And again, every time he's going for the brakes, the car gets really, really light. And again, that's the nature of the circuit because there's so much undulation change. It's difficult to keep the car nice and steady. Mugello was the fast left-hander. Oh, wow. And again, just had to turn right briefly into a left-hander of Jun Xiao. And then it is screaming up towards the finish line. Where does Damian Scovron? Where does he appear? He's going to be 1 out of 2. And does he improve is the actual question. He does. 1:19.740 now for the number 94 car. So he puts himself to about 0.4 of a second ahead of Robert Pound in the 15 Deuces Motorsports car. Now, we did have the Deuces Motorsport number 74 GTE car rejoin the session. That's the that's the squad that's going to be in charge of the number 94 guys. So Rasmus Anderson, Tom Olmenegger, Damien Skovron, et al. So we will hopefully... you don't have to see all of them during qualifying. One person can do the entire qualifying session. Damien does tend to be the one that has the lion's share of the track time in that number 94. So it wouldn't be it wouldn't be at all a surprise if he just did the entire quality time himself in both sessions. They're catching to the back of the Gadget Husic car. They are at the tail end of the GT3s at the moment, but again, not by very much. And the lap time is a little shorter here as it is in the likes of Sebring. So we're talking about sub 1.5 minutes for the lap times to be completed. And Gadget Houston have to find around about 7/10 before they can start challenging Callum Wilson in the Glam Racing 404. Most people are in the pits, unfortunately. That's rather unsporting of them. So Skovron and Matthias Harvick are checking the moment. Good call. Let's look at the championship standings. So that is our DPI contingent. So Burst, Esports and Plexity already with one hand on the trophy as they have taken all 3 class wins so far this season, but it's really closely fought for the rest of the positions. Unison currently in second with Adrenaline third, Sedmine, Axelfort and Viaduction rounding out the top 5. 32-point lead for Burst Esports Complexity over the nearest rival. Next up is our LMP2s, and that's Sedmine Axel that have that, but it's joint, as you can see, with Burst Esports Gooder, the LMP2 car we've just been seeing. Then only 14 points further back is Juices, the Juices Motorsports LMP2 entry, and then it's the first of the Team Iris cars, the number 77, then it's Cyberlinks, and then it's the second Team Iris car we've only seen once, and that was at Monza, the number 7 car. So hopefully we will see them in the course of the weekend. Next up, we'll have a look at our GTEs, and that is being led by the Juices number 74, who we haven't really seen. We saw Wojciech Polesny was in the car for a period of time. He's in the garage, hasn't put a lap out yet, but 2 class wins for them gives them a very, very comfortable lead over the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. But they are in very, very close combat with Mugen, with MCM, and the Masto Pescara, I will get that right, number 54, as you can see on the points. So 2 on 39 and 2 on 36. Then a little bit further back, the 717 Unison Racing. We saw that briefly, that multicolored BMW yesterday. Then it's the ID Sinsport car, and then the second of the Masto Pescara cars at the bottom of the GTEs. And let's have a final look at our GT3 list. And that looks like so, and that is led by the Volanti Audi, taking the win in the opening round. And second, last time I see them, a pretty difficult run at Monza has kept them in arm's reach of the Brazilian blazing CKR car, who had a very bad run at Matsusaka, and a win at Monza, and a third last time out Sebring keeps them within a few points of Volanti, and Glam Racing only a couple of points off the back of them. So will the home advantage help the CKR team? Then the B32 McLaren right hot on their heels as well. So you can always rely on the GT3 category to really make the racing nice and spicy. Who should we have a look at? Who's out there? Well, Michi Hoyer is out there, still doing the rounds. There's Damien Skovron, still going. Let's see, I think whilst we've been talking, he's been back in the pit and he's back out there again. So he's on a time lap at the moment. Still that 1:19.740, which he set a few laps ago, is what he's aiming for. Trying to make good his escape. He's not been challenged so far by Robert Pound in the other LMP2 car. There's our sole DPI representative at the moment, Michi Hoyer for Burst Esports. 1:19.408, only 0.3 of a second actually between the qualifying lap of Michi Hoyer and Damien Skovron. Again, that further highlights what I was saying earlier. There's not a massive performance difference overall between the DPIs and the LMPs, and that primarily comes down to horsepower difference along these sections where the horses can truly get galloping, because in the corners, if anything, those LMPs might have a small advantage just because of, the weight difference, the power difference. The power is not so ferocious in the LMP2s. So, and that's a new time by Damien Skovron, so he's continuing to improve The qualifying time for the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car, a 1:95.16. That's only a tenth off the back of Michi Hoyer. Now, Michi has proven, as Damien Scovron has, how quick they can be. Let's see what the sector times were. So, 0.2 of a second difference in Sector 1. And Sector 2, Scovron was half a second quicker than Michi Hoyer was. So again, that's where the main part of the twisty section is. And then it's 0.4 of a second to Michi Hoyer's advantage in Sector 3. So in Sector 2 is where the LMPs held that advantage. It's exactly what I was saying before. The weight's a little bit different. I can't give you exact figures. I don't know them off the top of my head. Oh dear, what's happened here? That is, who's in the ID Sim Sport car? Michael Peterson is, that's in the center S. Oh dear, that's not how you go back in the pit lane. Oh, he's trying to have a chat with the safety car. Oh, okay. Again, not the ideal way of doing it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. We have got a second representative of our DPI class. Excellent. The number 17, it's Unison Racing, have joined the party. They've remembered that we've got something to do tonight. And so we are hopefully looking forward to Denis Sashenko for Unison Racing. Looks like he is bringing the car into the party. Excellent stuff. We look forward to seeing how he can do. Anyway, coming back to the difference between the LMP2 and the DPI, because the power is frankly terrifying in the DPI car. And admittedly, that analysis is coming from an absolute muppet when it comes to these cars, namely me. I struggle in these LMP2 cars. It doesn't matter what the sim is, doesn't matter what the type of LMP2 is. I just spin. My problem is I'm too heavy with the right foot. You have got to treat these cars with respect. You can't just chuck it into a corner and hope they stick. Because a lot of the time they will, but as soon as they start to let go, unless you're very, very quick in catching them, they'll just bite you. Oh dear, as Michael Peterson is introducing his car to the wall again. I think this won't thank him for that. He's trying to give the 166 car a bit of a redesign. Yeah, they won't thank you for that. But these cars are really, really tricky to maneuver, and you've got to think just how many times they're accelerating, braking at a circuit like Interlagos. It is really, really tricky. Weather report, absolutely nothing to tell you. There is no sign of rain or cloud, or there's not even a bird in the sky. There is nothing there. Unlike what we had at Sebring last time out, that was the rain in the middle of the race really, or in the darkness hours as well, that really threw the cat amongst the pigeons, as the old English phrase goes. So Michi Hoyer starting another time lap for Burst Esports Simplexity. The Burst number 94, well actually Burst 1-2 at the moment, one for DPI and one LMP2. Tom Olmenanger has taken over the LMP2 entry. So we'll see if he's able to close in even further on their DPI brethren. We've lost. I was getting excited that we were having another DPI car. The Unison car was joining, and it's gone again. Thanks. Never mind. They'll appear. They'll appear. I have every faith that we will see more of our cars. As I was coming on to say earlier on, the qualifying is not the be-all and end-all because it's a 12-hour race. You do want to know where your pace sits in relation to your competitors, yes, but in a sprint race, qualifying is of course absolutely crucial. But in a 12-hour race, well, the starting order is fairly irrelevant after a while. But you still want to be doing the best you can, representing your brand, representing your skill as best you can. So it's preferable to take part in qualifying, but it's not the be-all and end-all if they don't. So we'll be seeing more of our field tomorrow come race time, 2 o'clock CET, right here at GTR24H. Very much looking forward to that. There's Ivan Aguado, now up to second in the GTEs. So the MCM Motorsport car is now, what's the gap? 1.5 lengths, give or take, behind the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. There's Robert Pound still going around in the juices, number 15. The gap is now 0.6 of a second, as we saw from Damien Scovron's efforts. There's Michi Hoyer, still the sole DPI. roaring around the twists and turns of Interlagos. This track, it really does require you to get into a rhythm. It's all about keeping that focus and concentration. Tail getting very, very lively coming through the Biga de Pato there. And you've got to think that these drivers tend to do between 2 to 3 hour stints. Oh, Mitchy's chucking that in everywhere he possibly can. And a circuit like Interlagos is really, really testing. It's a difficult circuit to get right lap after lap after lap. So, yeah, I don't envy our drivers, and I really respect the fact, you know, top or bottom, first or last, they are going to be giving it their all. As we jump back to Callum Wilson in the GT3 Audi, Van racing car, hugging the line as he's being chased by, that is going to be Tom Allmendinger in the first LP2 car. There's Robert Pound again. The Deuces number 15. Oh, Unison are rejoining again. I wish they'd make up their minds. Will you sit still? Hopefully we'll see them on track. So Denis Sashenko hopefully getting the car in this time. We haven't seen the number 74. We haven't seen the Deuces DTE car come out. So not sure what's going on with them at this point in time. Oh, yellow flag for Robert Pound. What's he done? He's going again, and that was towards the end of sector 2. So that's somewhere in the twisties where he's been, that one. And hazard a guess that's around about Biga de Pato, judging by how far in the lap he was. And you can see here, there you can see on the tower actually. So I'm not making it up. The number 17, he's actually trying to join Michi Hoyer. Keep the car under control. Actually, Venice, Michi Hoyer did set a new pole time for the DPRs, 1:19.154 last time around. He's now brought that car back in. Is he going to give the toy to somebody else of the Bursley Sports Complexity team? We will see. Who have we jumped to? That's Tom Allmendinger. As the Gertje Husick car got out of the way. And Allmendinger has got a 1:19.516 to chase off after, which Damien Scoffron set earlier on. Can he do so? Let's back up the hill. Towards Biga de Pato. Keep car nice and steady. Not seeing too much kind of frantic correction, you know, correction and counter correction, you can argue. Steering and counter steering, you know. Well, oh, commentator curse. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. Now, we ended up inadvertently talking to Tom yesterday during the practice. Because he ended up, I think, tangling up with one of the GTEs, and I think Yusuf bin Sahel, who was with me in the practice yesterday. Did Tom try and block the pit lane entrance? So he smiled there, so he's having a bit of fun. Getting the brakes on and go, yeah, there you go. Trying to do the Austin Powers effort in the pit lane entrance there. I have seen a pit lane blocked by that measure. Not there, it was at Spa. I have mentioned this before. Which, yes, that was rather embarrassing for the driver that did that. I mean, that's impressive. And I know it's bumpy down there, Tom, but that's still quite impressive that to do. Aston Martin in the hands of Ivan Aguado. Second in GTs. 1:29.311 is the qualified time of the number 27 car, and he's not going to be improving it this time. He brings that one back in. There's Mitchie again. Has Dennis left the pit lane? No. The number 17 car still has not joined us on circuit. Again, Michi Hoyer continuing to improve that lap. So he's doing a flying lap and then coming in again. He's keeping the car nice and light, keeping the tyres nice and fresh. So obviously in sim racing, we're not having to pay for the ever-rising fuel bill. So Burst won't mind him doing a single lap and coming in again. And of course, he's got time to do it. We still have half this session remaining, or just over. And this is an out lap for Michi Hoyer. Within 1:20, we'll know whether this is an improvement. That looked a little bit Larry. Goodness me, coming down through the center S's. Truth. As he's now going to have a face full of the DIS Sim Racing Porsche, who still leads the GTE field by about 1.5 tenths over the MCM Motorsport Aston Martin, and that's a lot of dust kicked up on the Desida de Lago. Imagine he's probably going to back off at this point because that looked a little bit too deep for my perspective. No, the Porsche's gotten out of the way. Whether the Porsche realised he'd gone too deep, I don't entirely know. Which he looks like he's pushing still, so we'll keep an eye on what he does, but I'm pretty sure that was invalid. Oh no, the sector 1 time was valid, I think. There's Tom Olmenegger in the other Burst car, in the number 94. So the Burst esports crew being very well represented in the DPI and LMP classes. As we see now, Tom starting to come back down the hill. What does Mitchie do? Is he coming in? No, he's going to finish this one. Picks up a bit of slipstream off the back of the Glam Racing Audi. What time's he get on the board? Well, he hasn't beaten sector 1 or 2. That's a 120.6, so a slower time by about 1.5 seconds there. So I would suspect that got, yeah, it was sector 2 where he lost all his time. So did not go well, or as well as would like. I say didn't go well by Mitchie Hoyer standards, because these are times I could not even dream to get close on. You know, these guys set in the wet what I could only ever hope to set in the dry. So to say that it's a bad run is just a comparative thing. Tom Olmenegger crosses the line at 120.0. I think that's certainly the first time we've seen from him. So more time to be expected from the Burst number 94. As we continue to ride on board with our sole DPI car of Mitchie Hoyer. He's catching the back of the Gadget Husa car. Ooh, that's close. I couldn't actually see if Burst is saying anything there. Oh goodness me! Mitchie was looking good for. Yeah, he was half a tenth down in the first sector, half a tenth up in the second one. So that could have been a potential new lap, but he's brought that one in anyway. So the number 18 has now parked it in the garage and immediately straight back out. This is what Mitchie's been doing all session long. Just do the lap, come back in. Oh, Denis Sichenko! You're wanting to make your entrance known, sir. Struth. Obviously, if that was a real-life crash, you wouldn't laugh about such a thing, but it being sim racing, it does remove somewhat of the danger. You can see on the replay, as the camera then cuts to Denis Sichenko, he just wandered a little bit too wide on that final turn, taking the advertising hoarding, and then decided to turn his car into a space hopper and testing the suspension out properly. Oh dear, that's not ideal. I suspect that's is going to be back into the pits, as we now see Callum Wilson. He's still got a fine at, what was it, a half a tenth, was it? Not even that, 900ths of a second between himself and the Azatec car. The DIS Sim Racing Porsche is back out on track again. Let's see, are they setting a good time here? Don't think so. They're a couple of tenths down in the first sector, so this, well, it really depends if they're able to finding time is very hard because the lap is so short. So if you've made a mistake early in the lap, you'll almost never recover it. The number 45 gets really, really squiggly coming out of Zhengzhou. Is that one going to be into the pits? That looks like it. In it comes. Yep. Heading into the pit lane once again. So now we're back at the top of the hour. Let's have another commercial break and we'll be right back with the continuation of the first qualifying session for round 4 here of the EEWC.
...2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 4 of the EEWC here in Interlagos. We are in the midst of the first of our 2 qualifying sessions. We've gone over the first hour. We have got 55.5 minutes remaining of it. And we look to Callum Wilson in the 404 Glam Racing Audi, looking to try and gain 900ths of a second to usurp Mate Kaspersic in the Azatec Simsports Audi. Oops, not by doing that though. A little bit too deep, going up the hill from Peronino up to the Riga de Pato. That's not going to help his cause. He's the only one I've seen so far in the 404 Glam Racing Audi so far. Oh, Carl Liegegaard's had trouble in the DSR Gadget Husik car. I saw a yellow flag for his name, but that has disappeared again. That's the crew of the 404. So, Henri Koya, Callum Wilson, Jakub Kowalski, Lee Russell and Jeff Valian are the 5 drivers registered to take part in that car, but only Callum has been behind the wheel of it so far in the practice session yesterday, certainly when I was present of it, and the qualifying session tonight. And they still sit second of our 3 GT3 entrants. There's Mitchie, still turning the wheels, turning the tyres of the best esports Simplexity number 18. Now the second DPI car, as you can see on the tail, has set a time. Denis Sachenko in the number 17. There's a couple of seconds off the back with a 21.310, but the car looks very, very loose. We saw the rather dramatic entrance into the session earlier on by taking out the advertising boards. A new pole time of 1:18.691 for Michi Hoyer. Struth, a wonderful time there from the new pole time for the DPI car. This is what happened to Carl Liegegaard. Whoa, there he goes, and very loose tail end on the Corvette. Style points, managed to continue, didn't come to a complete halt. So the 777 Gadget Husik car carried on apace then. Callum Wilson coming back out of the pits, just actually going around the Unison Racing number 17. Now, it's fairly common for people to kick up a bit of dust there on the exit of the Decido del Lago. There's Callum Wilson on the left-hand side in the Glam Racing Audi, and Michi Hoyer in the Burst Esports Simplicity DPI. Now the Unison car is back out there. Denis Zichenko is back on track again. He came into the pits probably to have a setup tweak or two going on. Aha! We've got a 6th GTE car joining us. It's the Unison GTE car that is coming on board. That big old BMW is going to be taken to the track soon. Alexander Zakharov is going to be coming up first. I see. Did I just see it go through the shot? Yes, there it is, right ahead of Michi Hoyer. So that is actually the 717. So good to see them out on track as the Audi is actually slowing down. Doing the left-hand side, going for a bit of a wander. There's the Gadget Husic car. Has Carl Ligegaard been in trouble again? Yep, he's gone too wide. Not too bad a place to do it at Decido del Lago. It's an odd place to do it though, on the kind of run into Decido del Lago rather than on the way out. But either way, he's okay. There's Denis Zichenko. Has he set a new time yet? Not quite. So he's now on a hot lap in the Unison number 17. So we'll look to see what kind of pace they can challenge the Burst Esport number 18 with, wow, that is deep, only just keeping 2 tyres on the rumble strip. I'd imagine that was too deep. See if that seems to be the pace. Riding on board then with the number 17. As we said earlier, this looked really, really loose through whilst we were on our commercial break. It was a very, very lively beast for people to hang on to. So as they are coming through Jinshan now, we'll start to see, as this is a time lap for Denis Zichenko, we'll see what time he's able to get on the board. And he's not coming into the pits, so what can he do? That is a 120.642, so he's closed that gap down to just under 2 seconds. Yes, so around about 2 seconds, but yeah, it was right. It was right first time. I said the sentence and doubted myself immediately. Maria has messaged me saying Callum got cramp in his right foot, so he's had to give up the car. Ooh, yeah, you do not want to be having cramp at any. Oh, well, you don't want cramp at all. So thank you for the update there, Maria. Hope Callum's okay. You definitely do not want. Oh, that's why he went wide. Oh dear, that's never what you want. So it's now Jakub Kowalski in the Glam Racing number 404. That's why that car was handed over. Oh, Avari Inkowski in the NCM car has gone for a bit of a wander as well. We saw there how the DPI times stack up. Michi Hoyer is back in the pits at the moment. That's our LMP2 chart. Still only 2 entrants there, which is Burst and Deuces. Tom Holmeninger in the Burst car. Robert Pound is back in the Deuces car. And Tom has started another lap. 1:19.516 is the qualified time for the number 94. GTEs, still DIS up top, but only just. Look at the distance between DIS, MCM and Musto Pescara. That is very, very close between the 45, 27 and 53 cars. That is really, really close. But the AS is out on hot lap. Alvaro Costi is out there in the 27, and Michael Francesconi has brought the number 53 back in at the moment. And there's under Zakharov. Zakharov, he's out there in the Unison 717. He's got a time on the board now. That's how our GT3s look. And again, only 3 times on the board at the moment, which Volanti still hold the top of the tree. Mr. Kaspersky still with that one. There's Jakub Kowalski now in charge of the 404 Audi. So very little time to find, but that's mainly been Callum Wilson's hard work so far. And Carl Ligegaard currently in the treble 7, the DSR Gadget car, just a couple of tenths off the back of his fellow classmates. So yeah, I want to see how the CKR car does. Really hope that they're able to join us this evening for the quali session. Very much appreciate the update there from Maria Ron Rinhack for 404 squad. Thank you kindly for that. Much appreciated. Who should we have a look at? Hello, Robert. Where are you currently? You're coming to the sector 3. You'll kick up a bit of dust. Coming down towards Jinshao. Can you improve? So 1:19.768 is the time he is chasing. Just 2.5 tenths off the back of Tom Olmeninger, who's just coming out of the pits now in the number 94 car. That is the squad. That's a big lock-up there for Robert Pounds. So as we said earlier, Saber Kiss, Stein Prinz, Darius Andre, who we saw earlier on, and Janssen Vince will be piloting the number 15 car throughout the course of 12 hours on Interlagos. They will be treated to over the course of the weekend. And straight back out there, so make sure to keep the fuel tank nice and low and the tyres nice and fresh. DIS Sim Racing Porsche leading the way in the GTEs. Still not sure what's gone on with the Deuces number 74. They joined the session, but they have not set a time. So Wojtek Polesny not out there. Just 3 names ready to do battle in the Sim Racing Porsche. So Andy Kurtzen he was the one that I think he was Andy Kurtzen that Yusuf said was always going to be in the car, or that's the name he would always say was in the car if he wasn't certain. So it's always Andy Kurtzen apparently. If it's not, we're going to call you Andy Kurtzen anyway. They still lead the way in the GTEs, 1:29.165 still their time. Michael Frankowski has got the Mastaro Pescara car back up into second in the GTEs with a 29.331 earlier on from them. So just 0.166 of a second to find. The number 74 is back out there. Wojtek Polesny. The Czech Republic driver is back out there. Tony Jensen, Joao Barbosa, Roy Demunic, and this is the one I struggle with. Juha Maki Yalpi is the 5 registered drivers for the number 74 Deuces car. That's a glorious sight at Aston. So yeah, we will see what's... now, I must admit, it's very difficult for us commentators to truly stay 100% impartial. We do our best to fairly represent everybody, but there are always certain teams or certain drivers that we do have a bit of a soft spot for, or we at least keep an eye on. Wojtek Polesny is one of those drivers for me. He's someone I've commentated on in other arenas, but sadly he's brought the 74 car back in again. Still no time on the board for the number 74 car. Oh, that's the Unison BMW going for a bit of a wander. Alexander Zakharov in the anime flavoured car. That's the drivers of the 717. So Max Bunovic, Nikolai Betrakov, and Alexander Zakharov and Denis Lysenko are your drivers for the 717 car. Oh, pit lane's getting a little busy. There's a few cars coming in. They'll be resetting back to pits and then coming straight back out again. And does the 717 change? Nope. It's still in the hands of Alexander Zakharov at the moment. Here's a name we haven't seen for whole minutes. Oh dear! There's me being being a smart aleck with the comments, and he's sideways around Jun Shao. Not the ideal way of taking that one. Oh dear, we had a bit of a moment in the pit lane, have we? Was very close. It was nearly close. There we go. As the Gadget Husa car comes out right in the nose of the bit. Mitchie, you missed. You don't even need to drive the car into the pit lane. Well, at least he got the right pit box. That would have been slightly awkward if he got the wrong number. But out he comes again. He's hogging the limelight of the burst number 18. Out he comes again. Try and improve on that already impressive 1:18.691 we set a little while ago. Oh, we just saw Jakub Kowalski go through the shot there. That's again a loose tail going on the Audi. Ooh, that looked very squiggly coming through the center edges. Oh, it did from that camera at least. Maybe a different story whilst driving the thing. There's Mitchie. Again, on yet another outlap. You can't say he's not putting the time in. There's Tom Olmenegger. I think it's just starting another time lap. Yes, he has. There is the Glam Racing 404. That is a time lap for them. And they are chasing 1:29.732. Try and get to the top. Well, that's the time they last set. 1:29.642. So literally 900ths of a second is what they have to try and chase at this point in time. Oh, there's Michael Peterson as is enjoying the scenery. Wojtek Polesny is on a time lap or juices in the 74 car as out comes Michael Peterson in the 166. Oh dear, they had an argument with someone, so we'll see if we can catch up with that one a little bit later on. That seems a very odd spot for the safety car to me. Why is it actually on or nearly on the run down towards pit lane exit? Maybe I'm cynical. It just seems a strange place to sit. But either way, the DIS Racing Lab Porsche has gone for a bit of a wander. Now, Wojtek Polesny's truth, we haven't seen him for a while. He's only gone and topped the GTE times with a 28.937. Crikey, where on earth did that come from? The number 74 car now leads the way by just under 2/10 from Michael Francesconi in the Musto Pescara number 53. Suddenly the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, who's been leading the way in the GTEs for pretty much all sessions, suddenly finds himself in third out of nowhere. Blimey, that changed hands quickly. That's the competitors of the 166 ID Sim Sport car. Magnus Berggren, and Michael Peterson and Thomas Bangard are going to be the guys responsible for the safety of the 166 car. They currently find themselves with a 1:31.132 as they qualify time. This is an outlap for them, so they do have some time to find, as you can see on the tower. About 1.2 seconds before they start to hound the 717 Unison BMW, who's just caused a yellow flag in Sector 2. There is our current second place car, the Musto Pescara car. Now we are starting to head towards the last half hour of the session, so people will start to push a little bit more, even though we still have a qualifying session to do. As a reminder, we still have a second session, and that's going to be done in the dark to acclimatise the drivers to driving this circuit in the dark, and also to give us an average for day and night sessions. Also gives us commentators an opportunity to see how well we do in the dark, because it gets tricky when there's not a lot of circuit lighting out there. So Michael Francesconi screaming up the hill towards the line. 1:29.128 his previously set time. No, he's not going to finish this one into the pits. He lost a lot of time in that middle sector, so that's why he's bringing that one to a close. He does have, from what I can see on the timing, they had the fastest Sector 1 and Sector 3 times. Not done last time around, but they were actually quicker in Sector 1 and Sector 3 than the 74 Juices car, so there's definitely pace to find. It's just in that middle sector, it seems to be letting them down a little bit. We'll see if they're able to find that bit of time. It's only 0.3 of a second they had to find. It's easy for me to say, but with the time so close, the lap relatively short, as we've said before, finding those elements of time is proving very, very difficult. That is Matthias Harvey in the on the left-hand side of the shot, with Carl Liekegaard on the right. So Carl Liekegaard currently driving the Treble 7 Corvette, and so we are riding on board with him as he screams down the hill. Well, I say screams down the hill. No, he's cantering down the hill, really. That's not a push lap at all. Now we'll start to wind up for one. So I think it's fair to say this lap went wrong actually into Sector 1, looking at the sector time. So yeah, this one got binned quite a while ago, but he's going to wind up for another one with 40-ish minutes left of the session. Actually, no, 38 minutes left of the session. Still time to get out there and get on with it. Nope, he's going to bring that one in. So Carl Liekegard, I wonder if he's going to hand that one over to Matthias Harvey. That's why Matthias is possibly readying himself there for a run in the Corvette. We will see. Michael Pedersen in the ID Sim Sport number 166. 130.991. So that was a new team best set last time around. Does gain them a little bit of time, but they're still over a second behind the Unison Racing BMW at the moment. And there is Liekegard. Does that car change hands? We will see if that is going to be the case. Who else is on the tower? Well, Michael Pedersen, are you completing that lap? Let's see. You did, but you did not improve. A couple of tenths off your previous. But you were quicker in Sector 1. So, picture in picture, there's Ivan Aguado back in command of the MCM Motorsport car. That is now down into 4th position. 1:29.311 is their set time. And Alexander Zakharov has caused the yellow flag in Sector 1. You've definitely done that in center S's somewhere. The BMW seems to be stranded. Looking at the tracker, so let's see if we can pick up for Y. Richie Hoyer, continuing along his merry way, has yet to improve on his absolutely storming time. And still, Alexander Zakharov is causing a yellow flag in Sector 1. So he's binged it somewhere early on in the lap. Now, this is a time lap for Mitty Hoyer, but he was over half a second down in Sector 1. So it's not going to be improving his overall time at the moment. Now Alexander Zakharov is running again, as you can see. What on earth he did, I'm afraid I do not know. And Carl Liekegard still has command of the 777, so he didn't hand that over to Matthias Harvey, so Matthias could be spotting for Liekegard at the moment. What can the 717 car do? Well, it's lost somewhat of 40 seconds in Sector 1, so I don't think it's going to be doing an awful lot this time around, but we look forward to seeing how well they can do next time about. We are fast approaching the SR, so that's what happened. So the picture-in-picture is what he did in Sector 1, and there he goes. So he just caught a little bit too much apex onto the inside line coming through center S's. And then he just took quite some time to get going again as the drone camera nearly flies into his car. Gives the Viper Gaming logo a big old shoulder. The drone camera now staring into the engine bay. But yeah, he took a while to get going again, so probably stalled. But also wanted to ensure he wasn't going to pull into. He's now, yeah, you can see what he was trying to do here was find a safe way back on circuit. But then he ended up just reversing across the road anyway. But he was facing the wrong way, so at least he could see oncoming traffic. So that's why he lost such a huge amount of time in Sector 1. What did Michael Pedersen do? As the we'll start the read. So the replay's buffering up. That's why the cameraman's not gotten lost. It will come. Oh, there we go. He looked like he went for a wander on the outside of Decida. Our cameraman was lost. Well, he needs firing. We need to look at these camera staff, production crew. I don't know who we've hired this time. Well, unsurprisingly, out comes Mitchie for another go. There's Alexander Zakharov continuing his drive in the 717 car. I say continuing, he's gone into the pits and come back out again, following this rather odd parking at the Center Estes last time around. That is Jakub Kowalski in the Clown Racing Audi, who is also on an outlap, so they've both come out together. They've got, though, Carl Liekegard coming up behind them. There's the 717 crew again. Bunovic, Bezrikov, Zakharov and Lysenko. Look forward to seeing that. And Zakharov doing the right thing, getting off the racing line. There goes Carl Liekegard in the 777 car. Because he was getting close on the tracker there, so he'll be chasing off after Jakub Kowalski. Just can't quite see that Audi in that cam shot. And there's the Aston of Ivan Aguado for the MCM squad, number 27. Still trying to elevate themselves from 4th. This is a time lap. They were, however, actually, they were only 4 thousandths off their best in Sector 1, and they were 4,000 up in Sector 2. So they find a little bit in Sector 3. They might be able to get up a little bit. That's the squad in control of the 27. Now, does Ivan Aguado improve the position of the 27 car? He does indeed, a 129.157 to set a new time. They're in third ahead of the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Mighty 8,000th ahead of the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, who, like I said before, they were leading the GTE class until Wojtek Polesny showed up after an hour the session's gone and then decimated the pole time for the GTE class. Who's causing yellow flags? That's Robert Pound in the 15 Deuces Motorsport LMP2. Has done something wrong there. Oh, Alexander Zakharov has wandered off the road somewhere. Oh, Mitchy, what are you doing? What happened there? Where's that? That's at Peronino. What did you do? Or what did someone do for you, more than likely? Let's have a look. What did the number 18 do? Oh dear, that's what he did. Hale said, "Are you having a laugh, sir?" And well, we saw him running along the wall. Oh, well, someone actually followed him. I didn't quite see who that was through the dust. Someone having a sympathy spin with him. Are you coming back into the pits, Mitchy? Well, I'm not surprised. As the Gadget Husit and Unison cars are having their own little argument. But don't argue coming into the pit lane. That's rather pointless. I want to be in the pits first. He's not really going to earn you anything. Tom Almenenga in the next to the burst cars, or the other burst car, I should say. Number 94. On a time lap, yes, you are. A little bit down, 1.5 tenths down on sector 1. Still pressing on that. It's always good practice to press on, even if you're behind the time you've set. There's 9 tenths between himself and the number 18. Speaking of the number 18, straight out he comes with the Deuces car right behind him. So Robert Pound and Mitchy Hoyer coming out together. What's happened here? Oh, good catch. Not quite. That would be what happened to Robert Pound last time. And then jumps right into, well, I'd say jump into the path of the clown racing idea. That'd be slightly unfair. There was a bit of a gap there, but that's brought Robert Pound's last lap to a dramatic end. Oh, there's Jakub Kowalski, gets a bit squiggly, coming out of Zhengzhou in the clown racing Audi. Because he set an improvement, well, it was nearly an improvement last time, a 29.766, just 300ths off their team best. Let's see if that is an improvement when he next comes over the line. It was... I've lost him. Where's he gone? Where's the 404? Oh, it was there. He didn't say it was not an improvement for them. Still 129.732. He brought that car into the pits. There's Michael Pedersen for the 166 ID Sim Sport squad. Mighty Aston Martin coming over the line. 130.991 is the time he's chasing. Did it improve? It did. A 30.548. So he knocked 4 tenths of a second off their previous best. As we now look at Michael Francesconi. And then Michael Pedersen then went straight off the road into these NOSs. So in celebration of his new team fastest lap, he then went off and went exploring in the NOSs somewhere. There's Mitchy again. Oh, looks like Robert Pound's had trouble again in Sector 2. That's who the yellow flag is for. There he is. That's Desida de Lago by the look of it. I mean, there's going wrong and there's going very, very, very wrong, and he was a very long way off circuit. Yeah, maybe saw something shiny and went to investigate. Either way, we are now back at the bottom of the hour with half an hour of the session remaining. Let's have one more commercial break of this session.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the qualifying session, the first qualifying session for the 12 hours of Interlagos here for the EEWC. Michi Hoyer is still at the top of the tree with an 18.630 in one of two DPI cars that have taken part in this session. Denis Ishenko in the 17 Unison Racing car setting a 120.368 earlier on and has not reappeared for a while. Top of the LMP2s is still Damien Scovron for in the other burst car. So let's have a look at how the qualifying looks from a numeric point of view. There we go. So that's you see the Q1 time 1:18.630 and 1:20. So the time on the right will be the kind of combined average time when we go through Q2. So ignore that for the time being. In our LMP2s, still only two participants so far. As you see, it's Burst with the top of that tree as well. Damien Scovron out in that car again, 1:19.516 their time. And just a tenth and a bit behind is the Juicy's car, which is back in the hands of Robert Pound. We haven't seen our other four LMP2 cars as yet. For our GTEs, we've got 6 of those that have taken part thus far. And currently led by a comparatively late lap by Wojtek Pelesny in the for Juicy's Motorsport in the 74 car with a 1:28.505. DIS have actually got themselves back up into second with a 1:29.001. That's still half a second off the back mighty pace of this number 74. Then it's Michael Francesconi from Muster Pescara, number 53 car, sees themselves in third. And fourth is the MCM Motorsport car, Ivan Aguado, in control of that. And then it's the Unison 717, a little bit late to the party. Alexander Zakharov with that one, with Michael Pedersen in the ID Sim Sport 166, with a little bit of pace still to find, but still pressing on nonetheless. And our 3 GT3s that have been passed so far, still the top being belonging to Azatec Simsports, Marcel Kaspersik, with the 129.642. Then it is the 404 Glam Racing body with Jakub Kowalski at the helm, with Matthias Harvik in the treble 7, or currently in the treble 7 Gadget Husic car, with a 130.1, still to improve, but still to do so. What have we got? 22 and 3/4 minutes remaining of this first qualifying session. Now the second session will be run in the darkness, and the nice parking, Damien. Very nice. I admire your determination. Bravo. So, Michi Hoyer. Yeah, you're getting a bit. He's getting a bit too familiar with the ball. But so the average of the 2 qualifying sessions is taken to form the grid for tomorrow's 12-hour race, as we switch back to the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. We're never sure who's actually piloting the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, because unlike the rest of the teams, they are all actually in one central location, and it's a driver that physically gets out of the rig and another one gets in it, as opposed to the usual sim racing affair of one driver is booted virtually out of the car by the one that's going to take it over. So they get to physically kick each other instead of just virtually. But at the moment, it's not working out too badly for DIS Sim Racing Lab. As I said earlier, they were leading the way in GTEs for quite some time, and then Wojtek Pelesny exercised his right foot a little bit and took the top spot by just shy of half a second. You see Michael Francesconi in the left hand of those 2 picture-in-pictures with the timer ticker along the top. Now that is kind of in time order as opposed to class order. So that's why you've got GT3s popping up ahead of some GTEs, because Michael Pedersen in the ID Sim Sport car, his qualifying time's a little bit behind that of Glam Racing and Gadget Husic. So that's why some cars appear slightly out of position as far as others are concerned. As you can see, Michi Hoyer and Michael Francesconi continuing their laps. Actually, the Mustang Pescara Porsche is about to complete another lap. 129.128 is the time they're chasing, and that's slightly improved in time but not position. The 129.086 for the Porsche then. 85 thousandths off the back of DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. There's Michi again. He's had a fair amount of airtime tonight. Certainly flying the DPI flag, as the Burst squad has been in the session from the very beginning. Through Jun Xiao, let's see what he's able to do. This is a time lap, 118.459, so that's actually improved again since I last spotted him. So it was in 118.6, it's now 118.4 for the number 18 car. Does it improve again? No, not that time around. So they will continue along their merry way. Now that's interesting. I've just had a wonderful offer of a chance to have a chat to one of our drivers. It'll be Tom that's would be having a chat with us. We'll take him up on that. I think if he hops in the green room, we'll be able to drag him in. We'll have a chat with one of the pilots of the 94 car. Why the devil not? This will be Tom Olmeninger for Burst Esports Good Sunglasses, the LMP2 entry for Burst. And once we get him in, we'll have a natter to him. That'll be good to have a chat to one of our drivers, see how they feel about what is happening, because it's all well and good us surmising about what's happening, but it's always good to hear from our drivers to see how they feel about how their session is proceeding. We're 18 and a half minutes to go of the first qualifying session, and we'll descend into darkness and do it all over again. As we wait for Tom to join us, or join the green room, so we can then bring him into, or bring him virtually into the studio. We'll then have a chat to Tom Olmenegger and get an idea of how things are going for the Burst Esports and Gooder Sunglasses LMP2 entry. Well, so far so good, because they're the only ones that have been at the top of that category, although chased by half a tenth now by the Juices car. So Robert Pound is really putting the pressure on. With Michael Francesconi, as we can see. Tom is sending me a message, so I'll catch up with that. Okay, that's the message fed back to Mr. Olmenegger. Hopefully he'll be able to catch up with him very, very shortly. We'll look forward to that. There is the number 94 car, Damien Scovron. Oh, aha! Now is that Mr. Olmenegger? It is Tom Olmenegger. You are with us. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Excellent.
Now, I do have some bad news, because those the pesky Pound over at Deuces Motorsport has just usurped your car from the top of the LMP2 list. But so far, how's the preparation been going for the EEWC round number 4 here at Interlagos?
Well, first of all, it's good to have a fight with the other LMP2, so we can create a bit of excitement. Well, in terms of preparation, there was a decently big car update about a week ago. So to be honest, I feel a bit underprepared, but I think we have an alright setup, and looking at the fact that we're fighting for pole, I guess we're doing okay.
Yeah, so far so good. So for those unfamiliar with what changed in the last major overhaul that happened, how did those changes affect how your car has felt?
Well, I guess the biggest change has been the tires. We went from Michelin to Goodyear tires, and well, especially a thing like tires, there's a lot of nuances to it, so you just want to do a lot of laps and see what happens if I do A, what happens if I do B. And the unfortunate thing about endurance cars is, well, want to test the mediums, that's 1.5 hours of your time, and then you have to test B, that's another 1.5 hours. So I guess we still have a lot to learn. But honestly, I described it to my teammate the other day. Compared to before, it sort of feels like you're driving on bubblegum, which is a weird feeling, but yeah, just something to get used to, and then try and extract the maximum out of the bubblegum.
Fair enough. Okay, you've heard it here first, the bubblegum variation of tyres. So something else I want to ask is something we've spoken about many a time, is how the actual setup evolves to suit everybody in the team rather than just one particular driver. Do you find that there has to be a compromise from how you would drive the car to how Damien would drive the car, etc., etc.? Is there huge changes that go onto the setup to suit, to try and give a compromise, or do you find that you're all of a very similar kind of way of driving?
Well, there's always some compromise, and it also depends a bit, change from track to track, but usually we want sort of the same thing from the car. And yeah, if we find an improvement, usually we all find that it is an improvement, and then like the small nuances, well, you just have to drive around it. And lucky for me, the one thing that I usually like to be different is the brake bias, and you can just change it while you're on track, so I guess I'm lucky with that.
Excellent stuff. And is Interlagos a track that you particularly like, or the team particularly likes, or is it one you're just happy to get over and done with?
It's one of my favorites, and I tend to perform well here, so, well, I guess I just jinxed it, but...
Leave that to us. That's what we aim for in the commentary box.
Alright, please don't. But no, it's a track that I enjoy, and to be honest, it's working better for multi-class racing than I expected. I was afraid, especially because of the middle sector, that traffic would be a huge issue, but yesterday it was quite busy, so we could try a couple of things, and I mean, of course, down the straight you can overtake, but apparently, like it turns out, we have enough mechanical grip as well that in the middle sector you can sort of go around the outside and not lose too much time. So I was expecting a lot of frustration. I might change my mind again tomorrow, but so far it's not too bad.
Great stuff. Well, we very much look forward to how Burst get on in both their DPI cars and, of course, yours in the LMP2. One final question. I was saying earlier that there's a track like Interlagos, the performance difference between DPI and LMP, the same way between GTE and GT3, is not so big. Unlike like Sebring last time or Monza. Is that something you find as well? The times would seem to kind of back that up, although it is a bit of a shorter lap. Is the LMP2 a bit closer to DPI because of the nature of the track, or am I completely barking up the wrong tree?
No, I think that's correct. Compared to last race at Sebring, the gap is smaller. I don't know the difference in lap time exactly, but I mean, you would expect maybe a 10% difference, like to be closer, and it's, I think, a lot closer. And well, you can look at the timing right now. We're ahead of one of the DPIs. So, and that wasn't the case at Sebring. So for sure, the gaps are a lot closer, and that's one of the things that worries me. We lost a lot of time at the first race in Suzuka, being stuck behind a DPI that didn't want to let us pass. He didn't have to let us pass, but it would have been nice because we lost many seconds and a shot at victory because we were held up in the corners, and then on the straights he pulled out too much of a gap to overtake. So hopefully we won't have that tomorrow. But yeah, we'll have to see, and if so, work around it.
Well, whilst you've been talking to us, Damien has actually put the number 94 back into top position of the LMP2s. So with a 1:19.362, so you now lead by half a tenth. Best of luck to you. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and chat to us, Tom. It's very, very much appreciated. And we look forward to seeing your progress into the next session. Thank you very much, Tom Olmenegger.
Thanks.
Excellent stuff. So that is the number 94 that we spoke to then. Damien Scoffer currently in the car and has just improved the team time to return to the top of the LMP2 tree as he's catching the back of one of the Porsches. The BIS car. Oh, well, that's one way to get out of the way. You don't have to do that. Well, certainly in race trim, you're not required to do that. In qualifying, it's not really that detrimental to jump off the track, but you don't want to start spinning into the path of the car you're trying to get out of the way of. Who's caused the yellow in Sector 2? They were too quick to resolve it before I figured out who it was. As Damien has disappeared, so he must have brought that one back in. Yeah, 1:19.362 was the time he set last time around. There is a Jakub Kowalski in the 404 Audi. Where do they find themselves now? They are still second in the GT3s. Oh, that's not going to help your cause. Detaching the rear wing somewhere around, looks like it's around turn 4, the De City Belago. Couldn't quite tell from that angle as Mitty Hoyer is exploring the track limits and kicking up a fair amount of dust. Just resetting himself for another lap by the look of that. Yes, that's his out lap, so that's why you suddenly saw him kind of slow down a bit. Not an ideal way to start the lap with your tyres full of dust, but either way, he'll carry on going. Ivan Aguado, that's an out lap as well for the Aston, so We'll see how they are able to gain. You can again see the time gaps are still very, very small between each car. So Francesconi's put the Mastaro Pescara car back up into second of the GTEs, now just 3.5 tenths behind the mighty time set by Deuce's Wojtek Polesny in the top car at the moment. I just had a message, but it's nothing to do with this. Ignore that. There's Michael Pedersen. Still got about a second to find before he can start to challenge the 717 Unison Racing BMW, currently piloted by Alexander Zakharov. Oh, what's he done? Well, same car. Beautiful looking car. Has he tried to reshape it? That's exactly what he's done. Did he hit the ball? No. Oh, yeah, he did. He even stopped the slide as well, and he still managed to hit it, but he did still have a fair amount of forward momentum. As the Aston screams its tyres off the grass, and that'll be why he's gone back into the pits again. Not too long left now, only 7 3/4 minutes of this session to go. Obviously still time enough to get several laps in, but not too many left as Michi Hoyer screams the DPI back into the pit lane. There's Francesconi. Is he on a lap? Nope, that's an out lap. So the Mastaro Pescara Porsche ready to square up again to the Deuce's Motorsports, right on board with Francesconi. So turn one, down into the center S's, rides over the apex on the right hand side, and then rides almost constantly over the left hand side. Keeps the car. It's all about keeping the car steady as we've got. That's going to be Mitchie again coming out of the pits. That's an Aston we've just gone past. Now, that's the MCM car, I think, that's just gone past. Whoa, a lot of dust being kicked up, and with somebody else wandering off to the right-hand side. That's the drivers that are going to be taking part in the 53 car as we are climbing back up the hill. And again, just right at the apex, is trying to squeeze every little advantage you can. Every tenth you can find is going to be important for that qualifying time. Now coming back down the hill, heading up towards the Bica de Pato. Almost onto the grass, but just about keeps that one in check. Rides over the apex, absolutely fine. The apexes are not too sharp. And then down the hill through Mugello, and then down towards Jinshao. So that's a replay top right-hand corner, and that's Jinshao that Frank is going to go for. And another car wanted to try and restyle itself into that same barrier, but the 717, that's Alexander Zakharov, does manage to keep the Unison BMW out of the wall. Francesconi then screaming towards the line. Is he going to finish it? No, he's going to bring that one into the pits. How was the time looking? It was not looking too hot, admittedly. So that is why he's brought that one in. It's about half a second down on the so far best of 1:28.873 for that team. Michi Hoyer, though, is getting every lap he possibly can with less than 6 minutes to go. There's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. So they'll be starting another time lap. So this is the end of their out lap now. They are going to be starting. We'll see how that transpires then as Francesconi is coming back out of the pits then for Mastaro Pescara. Currently second in the GTEs, as we said. What can the DIS car do? Oh, it looks very close to the wall from that camera angle. The wall's not quite as close to the road as it looked like from there. So there was actually more room than that camera angle would entail. Again, more smoke being kicked, or more dust rather, being kicked up on the exit of Bica de Pato. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Michi Hoyer is coming back in again. Very squiggly and sideways. I wonder if anybody else is going to park sideways in their box again. So the second and third in the GTE class, we can see them. Francesconi on the left and the DIS Sim Racing car on the right hand side. Just as I say that, then we switch over to Damien Skovron in the Burst LMP car. So he's able to further secure the top spot in the LMPs. There's the Porsche again, or DIS. Now, they've got a 129.001 on the board. Is it an improvement this time? Oh, no. Potential cut track in Sector 2 would have been, although it's coming up as an improvement, but not by much. It's 128.994. So it was a very, 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 very slight improvement. There's literally thousands in it, but an improvement nonetheless. So now just over a tenth between yourself and the number 53 Porsche. We'll see if they are able to whittle that down even further before the end of the session, which now has just over 3 minutes to go. So people need to be getting out there and getting on with it. The only cars that aren't out there, the Aztec Sim Sports leading GT3 585 car is a Nano on track. Oh, Frank Asconi's wandered wide somewhere. Denis Yashenko is back out. Good to see. 120.386. Their last best that they just done, is it? No, I'm looking at the wrong team. Big about 120.368 is their team best, and they did a 120.386 last time around. Same numbers, different order. So Yashenko with some time to find in a car that looks horrendously loose. He's just out there having fun. No, that's not going to do it. Denis Yashenko brings out another yellow flag. That car looks like it just does not want to behave. And like I said earlier, cornering efficiency is very, very, very important here in Interlagos. So Denis Yashenko is determined to take every car at about 20 degrees angle. So he's channeling his inner drifter. His inner drifting there. Frank Asconi brings his car in. The 45-53 car, so that's Frank Asconi and the DIS car have come into the pit lane. Oh, they're coming out right with one another as well, with enough time just about to get a lap done. So they're going to have to get on with it and hope they don't trip over one another. They'll have a few seconds in hand. So the trailing of the two, which is Frank Asconi, will be able to back off a little. Both LMP cars are back in, so Skovron and Pound have brought the LMP2 cars in, although Skovron has come straight back out. Yashenko has come out as a bit. Actually, both LMP2s and Yashenko in the DPI car have all just left the pit lane, so they're cutting it to the very, very, very last to get their times in. So, my goodness me, that is getting very close. Oh, that's gone wrong for Frank Asconi. So that's now put another car in between Frank Asconi and the DIS car. That's the 717 Unison car, which is on a time lapse. So Frank Asconi was obliged to let the BMW go. So, and I've just spotted, well, I say I've just been alerted to the fact that the pole in GT3 has just been taken by the 404 Glam Racing Audi. Jakub Kowalski has got that top time, 129.556, by less than a tenth of a second, has got the GT3 pole. So very, very good effort there. And the checkered flag is coming out in 20 seconds, so Frank Asconi has managed to time it well enough to come over the line. But there's several cars still on outlaps that might be a bit disappointed if they don't get out there and get on with it. The 18 and 15 cars are very, very close, so that could be a bit of trouble for them. So we've got this treble 7, Matthias Harvik in the Gadget Huset car. You can see in the lower of those two pictures. Then you've got the DIS Sim Racing Porsche top right, and then Frank Asconi in the Musto Pescara GTE as our main shot. Oh, that's Michi Hoyer in the lead DPI, who's been the lead DPI all night long. Someone's got a yellow. Oh no, there's Matthias Harvik in the Gadget Huset car has caused the yellow flag around sector 2. Someone else has caused a yellow flag, but the second one disappeared. So, oh goodness me, still trouble and tribulations going on. The checkered flag is now out as the session timer has hit 0. This is going to be interesting for a few cars then, as keeping a very firm eye to see if anybody's improving as we continue to watch. Whoa, no! The DIS Sim Racing Porsche just lost it right at the very end there. They were looking like they were going to improve, but would it have been a big enough improvement We'll never know now, as various cars. Is Francesconi? Well, Francesconi had to bow out of his outlap, so this could well be. No, it wasn't improving in time, but not in position. A 28.842 for the number 53, but they still remain 3/10 behind. That's an interesting way of coming into the pit lane, and great effort, Michi Hoyer with a burning car backwards into the pit lane. That is a black and white flag. I'm not entirely surprised, but that was a very, very glorious moment. But wow, a late surge from Glam Racing to take the GT3 pole. Absolutely stunning. There's Michi Hoyer's effort there. Absolutely brilliant. But wow, what a way to see out the session. With so the pole for DPI going to Burst Esports. Michi Hoyer had that one very much in hand. And we'll go over the grid in full, or I say go over the grid, go over the results of the first qualifying session after this word from our commercial partners.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Willkommen to be, meine Damen und Herren. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hopefully just didn't cause our production crew to completely cringe at the decimation of Danish. Production, was I anywhere near correct on that sentence? Very good. Okay, he's being sympathetic. That's what it is. He understood. That was the main thing. So, first qualifying session done. So, the second qualifying session in the Darkness Hours will be starting in around about 25 minutes. So, for now, what we'll just do, we'll have a quick summary of the qualifying session. So, once we get those ready, we'll then talk through who has qualified where for the first session. Now, again, as a reminder, the second qualifying session will be done in the darkness, so that will affect how some of the cars behave. So obviously the track temperature is much lower, and as Tom was explaining earlier on in the interview we've had with him, because of the major update that has gone on in the last week or so, the tyres are different, which makes the whole car feel very, very different to what the feeling and practice that these teams have had to do in the past. So running these, running as many laps as certainly we saw Michi Hoyer doing, is going to be very, very important to get the very best out of their cars with this recent update that's kicked in later a week before this session. There's Denis Zhichenko's marvellous entrance to the session, taking out the advertising hoardings and most of his car in the same sweep. So, We'll just get the qualifying moments up for you very, very shortly. Now, when we have completed the second qualifying session, it's the average of those two times that are taken that forms the grid for the 12 hours of Interlagos, which will start at 2 p.m. Central European time tomorrow, right here at GTR24H. So that is definitely going to be something to look forward to. I am really looking forward to it. I always miss being in the box here at GTR, so very much looking forward to getting that underway to see who can walk the walk as well as talk the talk. So few surprise qualifying laps right at the death of the session, obviously primarily for 404 for Glam Racing. That'll be looked forward to, and that's how the track looks in the dark. So there is some lighting out there, but it will feel very, very different. So let's have a look at our DPIs. So there we go. It was indeed Burst, the number 18 car that remained on that top spot with that 118.459 Michi Hoyer holding the limelight the entire session for the number 18 car, and Unison with the 120.368 in the 17 car. We didn't see, sadly, 79 Axel, Team Adrenaline or Team Viaductin take part in the session. So, if they do appear, then we'll have to sort out their positions, should that be the case. LMP2, similar story. Two cars, and again, it was Burst on the top stop. They were challenged whilst we were speaking to Tom Almenanger. Robert Pound in the Deuces car did manage to get ahead, but then an absolutely storming effort from Damien Scott put the number 94 back in the lead of the LMP2s with that 119.240, but that's still only just over 1.5 tenths difference to the number 15 Duties Motorsport car. Now for our GTEs, of which we had 6 participants. Let's have a look at how that shuffled down as the session came to an end. Well, no one really challenged the very few laps that Wojtek Polesny put in the number 74 for Duties Motorsport Club. As close as the number 53 got, it was still 3 and a bit tenths off the back of Polesny. Then the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, followed by the MCM Motorsport number 27. Then the Unison 717, they were a little bit late to the session, but they still got a time in there with the ID Sim Sport car at the tail end of the field. We didn't see the 61, the 31, or the 54 in this session. And the GT3s, there were only a few of them, but the top spot was held by Azatec for almost the entire session, but unfortunately their car ran out of fuel in the course of the session, which meant they were unable to recover their car back to the pit lane. And by the very, very last lap, the 404 Glam Racing Audi did manage to take that top spot with that 29.556, just 0.08 of a second ahead of the Volante Racing by Azatec Sim Sport Audi, with the Gadget Husen number 777. It's only half a second off the top spot, so they are looking to be very, very close. Hopefully, we'll see more of our GT3 contingent either later this evening or certainly for the race tomorrow. So stay with us. We'll be back for past to get the second qualifying session in the Darkness Hours underway. Rejoin us then. We look forward to seeing you. I shall be back. I don't know.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet Snooper, a cybercriminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table, trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Bienvenidos, señoras y señores. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second qualifying session here at Interlagos. I hopefully said welcome, ladies and gentlemen, something in Portuguese, which is the spoken language of Brazil. I hope I haven't just insulted someone's mother. It's always what I'm worried about when I look up phrases in a different language. Well, so all bar one of our cars that have taken part in the first qualifying session have returned. Oddly, the one that hasn't reappeared so far, definitely so far, is our leading LMP. the number 18, Michi Hoyer squad, has not reappeared. Bit strange, not sure why, but either way, we will see them again, I am sure. Well, let's see who we have got there. We have got the other burst car, but at the moment we are looking at Robert Pound in the number 15, the Jesus Motorsport Club car. So, as mentioned, we have got 2 hours now in the darkness, and you can see visually the difference it makes. Now, there is a fair amount of lighting around the place, but one thing you definitely see a lot more of is the sparks. You can see a fair amount of it in the daylight. Of course, you do see when the car bottoms out, but it's really, really accentuated. Oh, wow, Robert Pound. That car got lively. Now again, they don't want to make too many setup changes for the nighttime session as to then completely wreck how the setup feels for the day. Whoa, that's right. A lot of sliding there going on for Robert Pound, coming through Larangina and up to the S's. Now coming through Peronino. So the car, that looks really, really loose. But that could again be down to just how the tyres feel, or just struggling to get the tyres into the ideal operational window. Now, of course, we've just done the daylight hours again, wondering why, coming down towards Jinxiao. That was very, very wide through Mugello. Whoa, again, just wanting to explore every single bit of the road and even more at this rate. And you're seeing Robert even having to weave to try and get the tyres up to some kind of temperature, because again, the air temperature, the track temperature is that much lower, and that sort of thing does have an effect on how the tyres behave. There is was our leading GT3 up until the very death of the session. It's the 585. The Aztec Sims was by Valenti Racing Audi, currently in the hands of Alicio Neto. So they ran out of fuel in the first session, so they won't make that mistake again, because they weren't able to return to the track. That's why we didn't see an awful lot of them. They set an absolutely storming lap at the beginning of the first qualifying session, then we didn't see them again. So hopefully they'll learn their lesson for this time around. So this is how it currently stands. Now, not everybody has set a time for excuse me, not everybody has set a time for the second qualifying session, obviously. So the time on the right hand side will start to work itself out when we start seeing more time on the board. But at the moment, Valenti would have it as the average time between Valenti and Glam Racing would put Glam Racing behind by 2.5 tenths. With Gadget Houston in third, and the rest of the teams we haven't yet seen that. Well, Gadget Houston hasn't put a time yet on the board. They are in the session with us, so we need to see more time set before we start to see how the grid forms. So we'll see how that transpires as the session goes on. Most cars are out on track at the moment. So we've had a few times from the GTEs, and say all 6 of our participating GTEs returned to us from the first session. And the Juices, Motorsport number 74, I don't think it's set a time yet. No, they haven't. So only 3 of them have, which is Musto, MCM, and LB Simsport. And you can see how that affects where we currently stand. Even though the Juices number 74 was the one by 0.3 of a second that got the top spot, that wouldn't matter if they didn't take part in qualifying now. They obviously will, but if they didn't, they would see them down in 4th somewhere. Let's have a look further up the field on our LMP2s. Currently sits by, at the moment, 1,000th of a second. Now, that's an average time as well. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, and that's because Robert Pound has put a 20.6 on the board. Now, that time has actually changed in between when that graphic was prepared and now, because last time around, Damon Scovron did set a 20.1. But at the point that graphic was made, the average time between the two was just 1,000 apart. That's fantastic. And our DPIs, well, neither of them was at a time. One of them's not even here. So at the moment, it would just basically stay in the same order as the qualifying run results. Burst ahead of Unison. But the Unison car is here. The Burst DPI car has not reappeared just yet. I'll keep an eye to see if that changes. We'll see if they reappear. Hopefully they will. It's always fun. The more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned. There is Damien Scarbron bringing in the number 94 Burst car back into the pits. Having set that to 120.142 in the car. Alicio Neto is already to the top of the GT3 with 130.066 in the Audi. He's carrying along his merry way, and you can see again lots of twitching going on even in the Audi. And the Audi kind of known for its cornering stability. He's now coming down through Mugello. So we've done sector 1 and 2, now coming through the third part. Coming through Junshao. You can't even see how close he is to the apex from that camera just because of the darkness. Here we go with the most incredible drone pilot in the world, staying that close to the back of the car. Is he going to come into the pits? Nope, he's going to complete this one. So let's see what time he puts on. Is it going to be in the 29s? Not this time. 130.128 last time around. Damien Scott from straight back out on circuit. Again, that's what we saw in the first qualifying session. Just lap after lap after lap after lap. Very, very little time in the pits. Now, the setup they've set as up to this point is, of course, geared towards the dry, and it is geared towards the day. As Jakub Kowalski has wandered off the road somewhere in the 404 Audi. Scores the yellow in sector 3. Yep, wasn't him. Has Michael Pedersen had an issue? Yep, he's had his own problem. It's coming down turn 1 and into the center S's. He's going to find the wall shortly. Or did he save it? No, he's going to hit the wall. Yep, he did. He was essentially pointing straight at the safety car before he realised there was an Armco there. And returned back to the field. Lucio Neto, once again, being chased by someone. You can't really see who. Oh, it's the 717 car. It's the Unison BMW. See, that's all you can, as a driver, that's all you can see in the mirrors. It's just light. But to a point, it's not really relevant who is chasing you. Well, it is relevant if they're trying to lap you. Of course, the GT3 being the slowest category we've got, not by a huge amount, but it is, of course, a bit slower than our DPI and LMP2s. They will need to be aware of drivers trying to come past and put a lap on them, as Robert Pound has wandered off the road somewhere. Oh, as Neto just skims the wall, trying to hug that pit lane entry a little bit too much. But into the pits comes the 585 car. There is Eros Misiuli. We didn't see you in the first quali session. It's currently top of the GTE field. Personal best sector 1 this time around, so 21.945. For the 53 car, 129.872 is their qualifying lap. So they're into the sub 130s now. The only GT car to do so. He's lost time, unfortunately, in sector 2, lost a couple of tenths there. As now screaming towards the line. Is he going to complete it? I think he was coming into the pit lane. As we see now, Angel Benegas. Yes, Mussolini did indeed come into the pit. Massiuli, not Mussolini. Good grief, what am I saying? Massiuli. Oh dear. It's still got some time to go yet. Well, I try and entertain, if nothing else. Massiuli has brought that one back into the pits, so still 129.872 on the board for Mr. Pescara. And Angel Benegas for the MCM Motorsport car in second in the GTEs. What's he got to find? 0.384 of a second. So just under 4 tenths he has to find. At the moment, 15 minutes gone of this 2-hour session. So of course, plenty of time to do something about it. Now, as I was saying earlier, they don't want to fiddle too much with the setup of the cars because they got it to a point where they like it in the day, well, assumably like it in the day. Some cars look rather much more loose than others. As Jakub Kowalski has taken the 404 Glam Racing Audi for a bit of a wander again. So they don't want to change too much to try and get the car to work better in the darkness as to not upset how the car's going to behave in the daylight. As Benegas has brought in the Aston back into the pit lane. That's going to be an interesting balance that these teams are going to have to try and strike up, really, because if the car is really misbehaving in the darkness, you wouldn't expect it to be too much different daylight to night. I mean, there will be some different purely because the tyres behave differently. The tyres are going to feel different. As to the main thing is going to be how quickly they'll heat up, how quickly they can get them into their ideal operating ranges. We now see the DIS Sim Racing Porsche that is third in the GTEs, very, very close to wandering off the road, but keeping on the straight and narrow, about 8 tenths of a second to find before they can challenge for the next spot up the order. See what they can do is Jakub Kowalski in the Audi. You can see in the picture coming back into the pits. Now, is this a hot lap? Yes, it is for the number 45. And he's going to finish it. So, 131.087 previously. That is an improvement. It's a 130.031, a nearly full second they found there. Nicely done. So, just 1.5 tenths then off the back of the number 53 Mustang Pescara car. And that really is going to put DIS into very strong contention. Our Wayward Burst esports car has reappeared. So now we do have all of our qualifying 1 participants returning to us. Jesper Pedersen, the captain of the Burst esports Simplexity number 18. Now I can see this. The broadcast can't just yet, but Jesper Pedersen has got one of the most brightest, oddly patterned shirts I have ever seen. That's impressive, Jesper. I don't know if that can be brought to... There we go. Look at that. That's yeah, that's all I can really add to that. That's colourful. We'll start calling in Glitterball or something. But if that helps the number 18 go quicker, then fair play. Who am I to question? Who's out there at the moment? The DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is still going. Matthias Harvik in the treble 7 DSR gadget Huset car is out on a lap at the moment. Robert Pound is on an out lap. Oh no, he's not. He's on a time lap, beg your pardon. He's got just over half a second to find to challenge the number 94, Tom Olmeninger. God's sake, I've said it right all qualifying one. I now can't seem to do it. Olmeninger. I'm sure he's heard various worse combinations than that from English tongues before. Olmeninger in the number 94 is just starting a time lap now. So Robert Pound then did challenge the number 94 towards the tail end. Oh, certainly in the latter half of qualifying one. So, and there you go. You can see the sparks, how brightly they shine, or how brightly they seem in the darkness. There is Tom Olmeninger. He's towards the beginning of the lap. That's Desida Delago who's now coming through. So 120.087 is the time that the number 94 car has on the board. Robert Pound came into the pits, so that one was not completed. So still 0.583 behind. When that faded through to Jakub Kowalski, I thought that Tom had spun, but no, it was just the way that the two cars merged into each other on the camera frame there. There's a Jakub Kowalski, who's looking to try and seal the top spot in GT3. 0.3 of a second he has to find to usurp the Azatec Synthwolf Audi. Now, is this going to be a finish lap? We will see. 130.432 is the time that Glam Racing have on the board so far. It is going to be a completed lap. And let's see, is that an improvement? It is not. They were a couple of tenths off on that last run. Plenty of time to see what they can do. 1 hour 40 is how long they have left. And there you go. That's how much more limited the visibility is in the darkness compared to what they've enjoyed in the daylight. And yes, the headlights do pretty well in highlighting the road ahead, but there's a lot of kind of little subtle differences that I suppose you do take for granted to a point. Visual references, where parts of the off tracks start to change as Kowalski's all over the place trying to slow that car down before they get up to the S's. Growth coming to Larangino looked rather interesting for him. But there's lots of subtle visual references that you kind of take for granted in daylight that are completely different in the dark. So it's differences like that the drivers need to, all the drivers for all the teams need to get used to. Well, certainly the ones taking part in Darkness Hours. Of course, it's a 12-hour race, not a 24-hour race, so not all drivers... Oh, Kowalski, good grief, keep that thing under control. Not all drivers will be taking part in the Darkness Hours. So that's why you'll see some different drivers taking part in this session than we saw. Jesper Pedersen, for instance, in the number 18 car, we didn't see in the first qualifying session. What has Robert Pound done? Has he been in trouble? He's just minding his own business out there. He's on a time... Now he's doing something. I commentator cursed him before he even had a chance to drop it. That's an impressive one. Foreshadowed commentator curse. That's a new ability. And that's properly buried in the wall. Have fun getting that one back out of there. Let's look at that again. We're doing that on number 8. So that's through Larangina, and just as he hits the brakes for the S's, and the car says no. and decides to introduce itself with the tyre barrier. Tom Aldermenger going to go to the same point in the circuit. Hopefully we'll have a bit more success up there. The yellow flag is still out there. It looks like Robert hasn't moved. So hopefully he's able to get that guy going again. Didn't look like it was... Well, there's the tyre tracks. There's the remaining bits of Goodyear still on the tarmac. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate then for Robert Pound. Still hasn't moved. So hopefully he's able to get that car going again. You can actually see the tower highlighted with who's caused the yellow. Well, we're looking at one of the LMPs, so it does rather narrow it down in that respect. But here comes Aldermenger. Is he improving? He is not. He is down on this particular lap, so this is kind of more practice, if nothing else. It's always worth clocking up as many laps as you can, very much as Michi Hoyer did in the number 18 car in the first qualifying session. There was very few moments he wasn't out on track, and there's he is still Robert Pound. Why hasn't he moved? Even the driver physically in the car is shaking his head. Is he actually stuck? Oh dear. That will be so. Well, I mean, he's slightly further back than when we left him before. He has managed to kind of rattle his car backwards, so I hope he's able to go out there. Here's Matthias Harvey, the youngster for DSR Gadget Huset. Again, I'll get that right in a minute. There he is. Of course, that isn't his car on the outside. That's Jesper Pedersen's one, but again, a face of concentration on the young man. As Yusuf was saying earlier, Yusuf and Matthias have raced quite a number of times in the past, and Yusuf was growing frustrated with how quick the young man is. And it looks like now either Tom Aldermenger has either gone off at exactly the same corner, or he's put his car in a position to try to dig out number 15. We'll catch up with them in a minute. Was that a time lap just completed? Yes, it was. A 1:31.323 for the 777 Corvette. So they now have a time on the board. So he's trying. I wondered if this is what Tom was doing. He's trying to extract Robert Pound from that spot, but he's stuck in there. That is impressive. Hopefully Tom hasn't put himself in trouble, because Tom now isn't moving. You can just see the Juice's car just does not want to dislodge itself from the tyres. That's not ideal. And Tom, in fairness, we thought he was out there to help him. He's just parked up and he's watching him. You can't really do much, though. That's the thing. If he tries to push him, he'll just push him back in. Has Eros Masiuli done the same thing? Because he's gone off now at the same point. I think the number 53 Musto Pescara car is now down there. It's almost like a... And there we go. So that's the external shot. So the Juice's car physically can't move. There's Tom Aldermenger in the number 94 car, just watching and seemingly unable to act. And the Juice's car just, the front wheel's even off the ground. And so that's why he hasn't been able to do anything. He's just buried himself into the... very successfully into the scenery. Now, Masiuli has driven on, so the number 53 car's opted, can't do it. And now, oddly, he's gaining momentum as he's going further backwards, is Robert Pound. But not very much. Again, he doesn't want to drive forward to then undo what he's managed to achieve. Well, oh, there goes Tom. Is he going to try and nudge it? Yeah. Hey, they've managed to get going. Round of applause. There we go. Now our LMP2s are not just sharing the same bit of space and causing the same yellow flag. They are back going again. There's Tom. So there you go. That's what he managed to... So, now he's going again. Now he's going again. God, that was... Sorry, Robert. We did see most of that. So... Yeah, I can see the on the cameras. Damon Scovron found that quite amusing. So that's not every day you save a competitor from the wall. But fair play, they've now got up there, so they'll get their cars back into the pits and get them going again. So yeah, a bit of time to make up then for Robert Pound. It'll be slightly awkward if the Deuces then beats the burst car to the pole spot, having been saved by the number 94 car. But either way, good to see them out of the wall. And they'll return to the pits, get their cars back out and running again. And on they will continue with their session. Still no times from our DPI pair. Curious then, as Jesper Pedersen, we've seen him in the session. And the 17 Gibson car, we haven't seen it on track yet, but he's in the session apparently. As we now look at, that's the Treble 7 car, the anime-flavoured BMW. Alexander Zakharov again for Unison, just coming down through Mugello towards Junshao. Apologies if these corners are differently named or differently pronounced, but that's as close as I'm going to get to the pronunciation of them. Back up the hill and towards the start-finish line. Now, that car is fourth in the GTEs with a 1:31.145. This is its outlap, so they're now going to get the roaring BMW underway to see how they are going to improve. Out comes Angel Benegas for the MCM Motorsport squad, the number 27 car now leading the pits. 1:30.174 is the time they've got on the board, just under 1.5 tenths behind the BIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. So again, we're seeing very, very close times in the GTE field. There's Matthias Harvik in the Gertrud Husen Corvette. This is their outlap, so 1:30.937 is the time that team has put on the board for that car. There is Zakharov on his timed lap. Personal best in Sector 1, or team best in Sector 1, so looks like they are pressing on then. Not by much, only 0.03 of a second, but again, the margin of gain or margin of error is so slight here in Interlagos that is not really a surprise. Sector 2 is around about 47 seconds long, mainly just because of the winding nature of that middle part, but you can't do it as fast as the rest of the circuit. Over Sector 2, and that's another improvement. So 6 tenths this time for Zakharov. So we're seeing a potential improvement here in the BMW's time. What can he get on the board? As I say, 1:31.145. Is he going to finish it? And he ought to, and he does. Let's see if he's able to improve again in that final sector. That's a 1:30.524. So he's got 0.3 tenths of a second before he can challenge Angel Benegas. A good effort there from Alexander Zakharov. And that is our first half an hour near enough complete here for the second qualifying session. So we'll head over to a commercial break. We'll be back with you shortly.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
For the Burst Esports Burst Esports Scooter Sunglasses Squad in the number 94 car. As we can see, at the top of the tree with a 120.087. Its sister in the DPI is actually behind it by all of about 13 thousandths of a second. Jesper Pedersen has given a lap in the DPI car in the number 18, 120.1. The other DPI car in the session, Denis Lashenko for Unison, has not put a time on the board. So even though the DPI car has put in a slower lap time at this point than the NMP2, that's irrelevant because they'll still start in their class orders anyway for the race tomorrow. So Jesper Pedersen's actually back out on circuit in his exceedingly colourful shirt. Robert Pound did a bit of alternate navigating coming through the lap earlier on whilst we were on break. Did Tom improve? Not that time around. 120.2 for the number 94 car. There is Eros Misiuli. Oh wow, that car didn't want to behave itself. Still doesn't want to behave itself. Strafe coming through Jin Xiao. Goodness me, it was all over the place. I'm assuming that Porsche is coming in. It has set the new GTE pole time with the 29.604. There is the glitterball shirt, as I've nicknamed it, on Jesper Pedersen at the moment. Top of our DPI pairing. Where are you? You are coming through the Bica de Pato now, down the hill towards Mugello. Fast left-hander, as these cars can take easily flat. And then Jun Chao, almost blind. I mean, the headlights really don't highlight too much ahead of them. That's quite a worrying thing. But pressing on nonetheless he is. Now this is an outlap for Jesper, so of course the time won't improve this time around. Tom Oldermenger is on. Actually, he'll be coming back into the pits, assuming he's following the pattern of lap and pit, which we've seen all night long so far. Winding through the center S's now, and again you're seeing how much counter steering he's having to put in, so that DPI is still very skitty, and that'll be partly down to tire temperature and how difficult it is in the darkness to get the tires up to proper temperature, as Jakub Kowalski has gone for a wander somewhere in the 404 Glam Racing car, somewhere in Sector 2, but Jesper Pedersen isn't worried about that right now. Michi Hoyer did the deed in the 18 car in the daylight qualifying session, and now Jesper using all of the rumble strip he's allowed to do, and the car just did not want to turn in. Not enough traction available to him. He had to catch the slide. Four-wheel drifting indeed coming through the S's. Now up towards the Bica de Plata with someone already ahead, can't quite see who that is. But now down through Mugello and towards Jun Chao. That looks like, I wonder if that was the DIS Porsche there. But nicely done. Got nicely out of it. No, it's not the DIS Porsche. That is probably, that's Miss Yuli in the 53 car, in the Musto Pescara car that got out of the way. Now is Jesper going to complete this lap? Looks like he's going to. Yes, he will. Does he improve? 120.1 on the board, and that was a 21 treble 5. So yeah, it went very wrong in sector 2. That was that four-wheel slide that we saw him do that really cost him the time there, as Max Brunovic. It was the first time we've seen him in the qualifying session. The 717 car has caused a yellow flag. Alessio Neto has gone over the line. That starts his time lap in the 585, the Azatec SimSport by Volante Racing Audi. Was top of the tree for most of the first qualifying session and leads the way in GT3 by 2.5 tenths over the Glam Racing Audi at the moment. They are now coming through the Decidio del Lago. And they look like they had some friends ahead of them. That is the 404 Audi, I think. It is indeed. That is Jakub Kowalski already ahead, who's on an outlap, so who will dutifully get out of the way and allow Alessio Neto through. Now, what's the sector times looking like? It's down by just under 3 tenths in the first sector for Alessio, so not looking like he's going to improve. There is Older Menger. We had a good chat with Tom in one of the breaks of the first qualifying session. Yep, sunglasses on. I mean, I'd be even more worried if he was wearing the sunglasses, actually, rather than just on the top of his head. As Jasper Pedersen has claimed the top spot for burst in the DPIs with a 20.014. So he has claimed the top spot from the sister LMP car by about half a tenth. So still very, very close between the two. And as Tom was saying, there's not a lot of performance difference between the DPIs and LMPs in this race anyway. But Tom's slightly off the pace of the number 94 car can do. That is your driver lineup for the number 18 car. So Jesper Pedersen at the moment, Jeno Sivincic, Michi Hoyer we saw in the first qualifying session, and David Mrocek was the fourth driver lined up to take part in the number 18 Burst Esports Complexity car in the 12 hours race tomorrow. We look forward to seeing how they do. All very, very talented drivers. And it's not really a surprise that they are absolutely dominating the DPI. There's no other word for it. They're almost twice the points of Unison, the number 17 car, who have been third 3 times in all 3 rounds. And the wins have only gone to the number 18 squad. The only people that can stop them seemingly are themselves at this stage. Jasper Pedersen brings that car back in. The other DPI, Denis Shenko, is out there, the number 17 car. There's Robert Pound just coming over the line to complete a time lap. 120.670 is improved. That's a 120.284. So now he's less than 2 tenths from the number 94. So there we've seen that driver lineup a couple of times. But there it is again. Robert Pound, Saba Kiss, Stein Prins, Darius Andre and Jensen Bentz are the 5 drivers lined up to take part in the race for the number 15 car. Denis Shashenko got a 122.692 on the board last time, but he has done a 22.483. He's got a couple of seconds to find if he wants to challenge the burst number 18 for the top spot in the DPI class at the moment. Who else is on a time lap? Only Michael Pedersen. No, he's already done his time lap, 131.561. He was the tail end of the GTEs. Yellow flag for Jakub Kowalski, who is the top GT3 at the moment. So out of our shot by 0.003 of a second, the Glam Racing Audi has claimed the top spot in the GT3s from the Azatec 585 car. So Alessio Neto is just starting another time lap indeed. So yeah, great effort there from Jakub Kowalski, and it looks like he might be on for, he's almost breaking even. It was 700s down in the first sector and 700s up in the second. So, but odds are he's going to come into the pit anyway, as that's the normal thing done. There is the Glam Racing squad. So Henrik Hoyer, Callum Wilson we saw in the first qualifying session until he had cramp in his leg, and then had to hand the car over to Jakub, and then Lee Russell and Jeff E. Valinen taking the 5th driver slot for the 404 squad, riding on board with the 404 Audi. Yeah, it's coming into the pits as I thought it would. Coming up soon behind him, looks like he's going to be Alessio Neto on a time lap in the 585 car. There he is. He's coming down the hill then, through Mugello towards Junshao. And so 0.003 of a second. To put that in perspective, That is something like 100 times faster than the average person blink. That is the driver lineup for the 585 car. So Niels, can't say this, Hoogveen and Marcel Kasperczyk, Licio Neto, Alexander Sasha, and Daniel Krasnai are lined up for Azatec. And into the pits comes Alicio Neto, not completing that lap. An improvement for Carl Liekegaard in the 777 car for GT3, 130.422. Oh no, beg your pardon, it was 722 we set last time, 3/10 down from their previous burst of 422, so still half a second to find for them. There is Jesper Pedersen still pounding around the track, and 120.014 is still the top time for the number 18 car, set by Jesper only a few laps ago. Lots of sparks going on there, which are the same amount of sparks you would get in the daylight, just you don't notice them so much. Because in the darkness, a burning chunk of metal is fairly obvious. And Michi Hoyer setting the car on fire, going backwards into the pits, would normally be frowned upon in real life racing, but that's how we finished the qualifying session in the daylight hours. Now, does Jesper improve? Let's see. 119.823, and that was all in the last sector. He was it was 300s down in the first, 700s down in the second, but 1/10 up. So in the last, so he managed to find a couple of tenths overall. If I read the timings right, so 119.823 is now the time to beat in the DPI class. Nicely done, Mr. Disco Ball. You won't thank me for calling him that, I imagine. 1 hour 15 remaining of our second qualifying session. Now, again, as a reminder, it is the average of both laps set from both qualifying sessions. So the best time from each team in the first session, with the best lap time from this session, add together, divide by 2, and that's how the grid is formed. That is the driver lineup for the 717 Unison team. Currently, Max Binovic has hold of that one, Nikolai Betrikov, Alexander Zakharov, who we saw in the first qualifying session, and Denis Ilisenko. Oh, and there it goes. The tail just lets go on the BMW. Coming through Jun Xiao, and that is off, doing a lighthouse impression whilst doing lawn mowing on the infield, and now back on track, back underway. So another, not what it's, I think he'd already done a lap in this session at 130.507. Yes, that was the lap he'd already done, so I suspect he was coming into the pits anyway, so no particular loss for them. As we see Tom Aldermenger coming back into the pits. Didn't set a lap last time around, or he invalidated it. Oh, well, that was someone nearly clouting the wall in the background there. It's been done before. It's not an ideal thing to do, as Tom completely misses his pit stop marks. I'm sure there'll be a bit more practice back to the pit, and then he'll return a little bit later on. Let's have we can have an overview of the quality times as they currently stand. Now, you see the Q1 chart is, of course, the times that the team set in Q1, and the Q2 column, you get this idea, with the average time on the right-hand side. Now, unsurprisingly, this for the DPI class still sits in the advantage of the number 18 car, as they've been quicker in both sessions thus far. But still plenty of time for that to change. But Unison would have to find quite a bit of time. As you can see, they were 1.9 seconds slower than the 18 car in the first session, so they would have to find that plus more in this second session. So that will be quite a task, not impossible, so we'll see how they get on. For NMP2s, again, it's still advantage burst, but not by very much. As you can see, it's only 0.2 average difference between the two sessions. Now, again, juices were 0.178 slower in the first session, so you have to find that plus more in this session to overhaul burst. But again, there's still plenty that can go on. 0.2 is not a huge amount, but as we've said before, with the margin being so fine, finding those improvements is a lot easier said than done. In GTE, it's advantage Musta Pescara. So, despite the fact that juices were quicker by some way, by about 0.3 of a second, they haven't set a lap in this session yet. Now, if they do what they did last time, they'll come out in the final half of the session, absolutely blitz the session, and then park it. So, but if they don't, it becomes essentially a 10-minute lap. So their average would put them right the way down the back, as you can see. So it's Musto Pescara ahead of DIS by 600ths of a second. So that is a really fascinating battle. With MCM only a couple of tenths back, Unison Racing with a bit of pace to find. IDC Sport seem to be struggling a little bit with finding a bit of consistency. But either way, that's how the grid is looking at the moment for the GTE field. And for our GT3 participants, let's have a look. It's Glam Racing by 17 thousandths of a second from Volante at the moment. As you can see, the Volante was slightly quicker. No, bigger one. They were beaten right at the end, weren't they, by Glam Racing in the first session, but they've been very slightly quicker, but not by enough in this second session. So it's very, very close between the two Audis. And then half a second back is the DSR Gadget Husu Corvette. Yeah, I'm not too sure the Corvette's going to be best suited to this particular circuit over the Audis. I think the Audis are going to have a bit of an advantage here, but we will see as the session continues. Who's on a lap? Let's have a look. Tom Aldermenger is back out on circuit in the number 94 car. There he is. Oh, Tom! At least finish the lap. I can't tell Tom off too much. He was very gracious with his time coming to have a chat to us. Awesome. There's Jesper Pedersen. First car into the 119s so far this session. And the lap times won't be quite as quick in this session as they were in the first, purely because of the track temperature difference. The tyres aren't going to quite bite as much in this session as they did before. There's Robert Pan. Oh, he's done it again! At least he's not done it so dramatically, but that's the same place he embedded his car in at the beginning of the session. He's not having a good time in the darkness, is Robert Pound in the 15 car. Oh dear, oh dear. There's Tom coming back out of the pits again on another run. So replay on the right-hand side. So as Robert has gone for the racing line, he's actually gone a little bit deep. He's touched the grass. And yeah, the result is inevitable at that point. If you start flirting with the grass, you're going to go round and you are not going to save it. It's very much as simple as that, unfortunately. And Sashenko is back out on circuit. He's been in the pits quite a while in the number 17 Unison car. That's the second of our DPI participants for tonight. So good to see that he's coming back out for another run. He's got a couple of seconds to find just to close in on Jesper Pedersen. And there he is in the Unison Racing number 17. Just coming through the Cedar del Lago now. It's time to come up the hill. There's a snatch vehicle in the background. Yep, that could have been somewhat used earlier. Robert Pound could have rather enjoyed the uses of the snatch vehicle earlier on, but hey-ho, that's the nature of the beast. So this is an out lap for Denis Sashenko. So I'm going to check in on him in a little bit of time. Alicio Neto has managed to regain the top spot in... Oh, no, sorry, he had that before, didn't he? The Azatec car had, by a very, very narrow margin, just 51 thousandths of a second, had already the GT3 top time. And he's out there on another time lap, about to finish it indeed. So the 585 car is... Oh, they might be breaking even indeed, as they might be on for another fastest lap. Keep an eye on what they'll manage to do as we see Denis Sashenko start his time lap. Does the 585 improve? Yes, they did. So 129.714 for Alicio Neto, then improving the gap between himself and Glam Racing to now over a tenth and a half. And that is going to be enough to make sure they regain the GT3 pole. We'll see if that is the case towards the end of the session. We still haven't seen the number 74 Juices car, the GTE entrant for Juices, and the number 74 car has not appeared. So they are leaving that quite late as we are fast approaching the halfway stage. That's it. There is the Azatec car. Oh, Denis Sashenko right in the grass. That's not ideal. In the number 17. That's going to hurt their time, I'd have thought. I mean, they're 1.3 down in the... 8 tenths down, excuse me, in the first sector. So it's not gone... They haven't had a great start to this particular lap. But they're going to carry on nonetheless. It's good to see lots of people actually just continuing to build up the practice, keep lapping and lapping and lapping. Always good to see. Weather report? Well, it's much the same as the first session. There is absolutely nothing there. No rain anywhere to be seen. The closest element of water is the sea. And no one is going to be chucking buckets of water onto the circuit. So, yep, nothing the drivers need to worry about. And I suspect it's going to be a similar version of events tomorrow. We will see that when we get there. So Alessio Neto is bringing the 585 car into the pits. There he is, just going through the shots. Having increased his hold of the pole spot in GT3 from the 404 Grand Racing Squad. That's exactly what they need to do to overhaul the difference from Q1. There's Jesper Pedersen again, looking to further improve his time. 1:19.406 is their team best in the number 18 car. So they have the pole spot by 2.4 seconds now. So that, I'm pretty sure that's improved from the last time I had a look at their lap time. And I would imagine this is going to be into the pits. I think he's done a lap of this run. Yes, he has. In he comes. So again, those people are only fueling up for one hot lap and then coming straight back in. Oh, more yellow flags. Alessio Neto is going for a wander somewhere. That's on his out lap, so he's not going to lose too much there. Matthias Harvig is on a lap in the 777 car. Robert Pound, he's also on a hot lap in the 15 Deuces Motorsports Club car. Oh, he's done that corner successfully. That corner's going to haunt him, especially if he's doing the night shift. He's going to be haunted by being gripped by the tyre wall. That's how the tower currently looks. Look at the sparks. That's how glorious they look in the darkness. That's absolutely fantastic. Oh, we did briefly have a fourth GT3 car then, but unfortunately it's disappeared again. That's a shame. I thought we had a fourth GT3 for a second, but sadly not. We still have the same crew we had from Q1 as we switch back to Tom Oldermenger for burst. We are fast approaching the halfway stage, just 5 more minutes before the halfway point of this qualifying session is done and dusted. There's Pedersen back in the pits. An improvement for Denis Sashenko actually. 21.437 for Unison, the Unison DPI car. But that's still a couple of seconds behind a mighty lap from Jesper Pedersen. So that's going to be a difficult task for them to overcome. Someone over the line is the 166 car. Michael Pedersen has come over the line, but no improvement for them. They remain in 5th in the GTEs, and they've wandered off the road as well, coming into the S's. What about Matthias Harvig? No, he's done a lap, so he's coming in. Max Bernavik in the 717 BMW is on a hot lap. There's Alessio Neto, the current leader of the GT3s in the Azatec car. He's also on a hot lap. An improvement in time but not position for the 717 car. 1:29.938 for the BMW. They've got 85,000 still to find before they can challenge the MCM Motorsport car. Denis Sashenko. He's done a lap on this run, so he will not be finishing that one. There's Tom Oldermenger again. He's on a time lap and hasn't done one this run. So, oh wow, that's very wide. Now, it looked like he was off the rumble strip there, and the tail just snapped on him there. But I mean, that goes to show he was pushing really, really hard, trying to find the extent of a detonator. I think we just saw Michael Pedersen in the wall. Yeah, I thought I saw somebody that was stationary. He's actually, I'm pretty sure he's facing the wrong way. Let's see what happens to the ID Sim Sport car. That is coming through. That's Larangino, I think. Oh, just a little bit too deep. Oh, no, that's not Larangino. Beg your pardon, that's Peronino. And a tap on the tail from the Porsche, and round it went. It's so easy to do when the outside tyres are loaded up. Coming through that corner, especially with the undulation changes, it's really easy to unsettle these cars. So that was a little bit unfortunate. Still time to get out there and get on with the job. As we are staring down the pit lane. It looks a bit weird when they disappear like that, but they return to their pit box when they hit their pit marks. That's why they vanish like that. They'll come straight back out of the pits and get straight back on with the job unless a different driver is taking over the car. Robert Pound in the 15 Deuces Motorsport Club car. 1:22.84 is the time that he has put on the boards. We see the sparks flying out the back. Is he up? He might be he's on the cusp of improving. 14 thousandths is the improvement from his Sector 2 time. He was a little bit down. Well, no, not by much. Is this an improvement? It is. It's a pole time for the LMP2 class, a 1:19.977. Oh, that is very, very close. Just a tenth in it between Juices and Burst. So does that make a difference to the LMP2 grid? No, the Juices would remain behind. They need to find a bit more than one single tenth. That hasn't been updated yet because there's the both go. That's not showing 1:19.977 for Juices. So it won't be enough because they're 1/10 ahead, so 0.110 ahead at the moment, and they were 0.188 behind on an average last time. So it's not quite there. Getting close, but it's not quite there just yet. So they've got to find a bit more in this session, which is far easier said than done. As we get to this brief yellow flag, Eros Masiuli. Got that one. Oh, Denishenko's had trouble somewhere. There it is. That's the actual grid. So 34 thousandths is now the average gap between the two. So it seems like it is a tiny margin, but it's so hard to find that kind of split in a grid that's this close. Okay, yes, there's only two of them going at that. I'm well aware of that, but because the performance is so close between the two, and this track, the nature of it is relatively short lap, finding those little improvements is so difficult. But fair play. Now Darius Andre's just taken over the number 15 car, so a fresh pair of eyes and a fresh pair of feet may well give the number 15 the advantage it needs. Tom Olmenenga still in control of the number 94. Can he find enough to just keep the Burst Esports Sunglasses car in the top spot of LMP2 as we ride on board with Eros Masiuli for Master Pescara in the currently second place car. The DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is top of the tree for GTE at the moment by mighty 18 thousandths of a second. But I think Eros was about a tenth down in the first sector, so we may not be able to improve this time around, as there is the lineup for the number 53 car, Eros Masiuli, David Greco, Michael De Alessandro, Michael Freschioni, as we saw in the first session, and Ricardo Pera. The five drivers waiting to do battle in the number 53 car, as that is the halfway stage eve of the qualifying session done. Let's see, before we head to commercials, let's see what Eros does. Is he going to complete the lap? Is he going to bring this one into the pits? Looks like he's going to finish this one. Answer is yes, he is. Let's see if this is an improvement. Answer is it certainly is. A 1:29.551 sees Mustard Pescara return to the top step of the top spot in the GTM podium. GTE grid. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm declaring Mustard Pescara winner of the GTEs before we've even had the race. Goodness me. So, with that, never mind. Just as I've said that, Max Bunovic in the 717 Unison car has just claimed that top spot as Masiuli, as surprised as I was, has wandered off the road at Decina del Lago. So now it's the 717 BMW that's got the top spot with a 29.178. And with that, let's have a word from our commercial partners.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry, NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
It is the 717 Unison car of currently in the hands of Max Bunovic. We're storming at 129.178, puts the BMW right up to the top spot by 2.5 tenths over the Mastaro Pescara car. Eros Misiuli in control of that one. Oh, the BMW just hanging on to the rumble strip there. It's fine if you hang on to the rumble strip, but if you put all four wheels off onto the grass, one, you'll spin, but two, you will have been deemed to have exceeded track limits. We see down the pit lane, people actually doing pit stops. Now, generally, that's not what you see. This is how the grid currently looks for GTE, so it's still in the hands of Mastaro Pescara, but with an average 1.5 tenths difference between yourself and the DIS sim racing lab. But Unison now up into third position with that storming effort so far in Q2. Of course, plenty of time for that still to change. We have still 53 minutes for everybody else to try and put in their time. But surprisingly, the number 74 Juice's Motorsports car still has not appeared. It's in the session. It's ready to roll, just no one seems to be moving in it. So that's a very curious one. They're just going to do a big one-lap banzai at the end of the session, or they're going to start at the back of the GTEs. We will see. There is Tom Oldermenger for Burst, still looking to regain that top spot in the MP2s, which is now in the hands of Juices, Darius Andre, is now in control of the number 15 car. There he is in the picture on the right. 119.977 against 119.988. So 11 thousandths of a second is all that separates the two LMP2 competitors. Oh, Darius Andre has just caught the back of the Unison BMW there. But did manage to avoid it. Is Darius on a time lap? No, they're both on outlaps. So the LMP2 cars came out at the same time. As Darius now begins his hot lap, Tom Oldermenger getting a bit of slipstream off the back of, that'll be Michael Pedersen in the IDC Sport car, just helping Tom along there. So we'll keep an eye on how they do. Let's have a look at the rest of our field. Still Jesper Pedersen for burst at the top of the DPI pairing. Denisichenko not yet finding any more time in the number 17 car. GTEs, it's still the 717 car. He hasn't been overthrown just yet. Now the DIS Sim Racing Lab car has improved a little. Yes, that was 2.5 tenths before. It's now 0.17 between the DIS Sim Racing Lab number 45 and the 717 Unison Racing BMW. Iras Masiuli is a further 94 thousandths back off the back of the number 45 Porsche in third. So Tom is improving this time around. Yes, he is. He's just on the personal best of Sector 1, and that is quicker than the best of Darius Andre as well. There he is, the double spectacle wearer. Well, one sunglasses, of course, but still pressing on. Now, what's his Sector 2 time? He's 300ths down on his own best, but he's slightly slower. Not even half a tenth slower than the best time from Darius Andre, but doesn't matter. He's taken the top spot anyway. Did enough to usurp the number 15 car to reclaim the top spot in LMP2 by 68 thousandths at 119.909. So close between the two teams. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And no one else is on a time lap at the moment. Several people on outlaps. Most of the GTE field is actually out there ready to do battle. Michael Pedersen has just come over the line, 131.793, so about 3 tenths off their previous best. DIS has just started to lap right in front of Muster Pescara. I think the two Porsches are really close together. I was looking at the tracker, they're quite close together. So that could be awkward if they start tripping over each other with 50 minutes to go now. So we're well into the second half of this qualifying session. So now this should just be getting used to how the car feels. Now riding on board with the number 53 as that's trouble. Oh my goodness, that's trouble. That's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche facing the wrong way. And Lee Russell in the 404, he's taken over the 404 Glam Racing Audi. And lots and lots and lots of cars going on in the pit lane. My goodness me, it's just people stopping. And where is Azatec going? Well, they wanted to drive into their pit box, fair enough. Or a pit garage, I should say. Goodness me. It'll be interesting to see what happened to DIS there. No trouble for Glam Racing. Lee Russell's not long taken over the 404 Audi. So there's been a bit of a hiccup there. Oh dear. We'll catch up with that hopefully as soon as we can. And Lee Russell scores a yellow again. So he's having a really rough time getting used to this car. Now that's coming down towards Jun Shao. There's no rear wing on the car. That'll do it. He's brought the car back in and nearly been slammed into by somebody. I think that's not Pedersen that's behind. That is I think that's Miss Shuley in the Mr. Pescara car. Yes, it was. It was number 53 that nearly clouted the back of the 404. Well, all the sparks. I mean, it looks dramatic, but yeah, that's he's then done a lighthouse impression and further damaged the back of the car. Oh dear, not going well for Lee Russell. There's Max Brinovic in the 717 car, bringing that one back into the pits. Ivan Aguado in the MCM Motorsport number 27 is back in the pits as well. There's Jesper Pedersen. as yet remains unchallenged in the DPI class. Still no movement from the number 74 team. The 74 Juices Motorsports Club GTE entry. Wojciech Polesny still has not left the pit lane. Who else on that? Michael Pedersen, the ID SimSport car, has just been slowly improving their sector times, just getting more and more used to how the car is feeling. So, this is on board with the 404 Glam Racing car. Now, this is how he lost the rear wing in the first. So we're now coming up the hill. Whoops, there he goes. Just more traction than the tyres wanted to give. Backwards into the wall. And that spells the end of the rear wing. That'll definitely do it. Introduce rear wing to Armco barrier, and only one of those is going to win that. There's Tom again. And the burst car still is not resting on his laurels, but when they're only 700ths, or not even 700ths, ahead of their nearest rival, then you can't blame them for not resting on the laurels. Interesting they're not doing any kind of longer fuel runs, but then they should have done that in practice, in fairness. So this is all about getting that magic one lap in. If they're able to do it. Darius Andre is from Juices, is about to come over the line, is he? No, he's coming into the pits with a look at that. Yes, he does. So is Tom going to finish his lap? Let us see. Looks like he will. It's getting a bit of slipstream as well from one of the Porsches. That is an improvement just. 1:19.818 is now the time set by Tom Oldermaker. That's about a tenth he found, give or take, on that occasion. So that now puts 1.5 tenths in between himself and the number 15 Juices LMP2 car. Alex Zescher, we haven't seen you for a while. He's now in the seat of the 585 Azatec SimSport Audi. As we see Iris Nashuli once again out in the third place number 53 Musto Pescara car. There were 94 thousandths to find to challenge the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Oh, Tom's got himself a face full of traffic, but he's already set a lap on this run. As Sesha comes back into the pit. That's probably Zecher thinking about it. Apologies, Alex. The 585 Aztec car back into the pit box, and we'll return very shortly. There is Darius Andre in the 15 car back out on circuit once again. So again, this relentless lapping that we're seeing, so everybody's returning, making sure they've got the necessary fuel amount in the car, change tyres, get straight back out there. Everyone is just lapping and lapping, except, as I said before, the number 74. Oh dear, that's never ideal. As now Darius is backing off. This is still the out lap, so he's not lost anything. And there is the number 74. It's had a ringside seat all session long, as Darius has actually pulled off the road. Oh dear, he's actually stationary in Sector 2. What's happened there? Have they had a problem in the 15 car? Whoa, Struth, Max, that was deep. That looked very slidey coming down through the center S's. There's Ivan Aguado. Wow, Damian Scavron. He's now back. Oh no, he's not. He's coming back in. I thought he was back out there. It's 1:19.818. So he's only 4 tenths off the DPI burst car with the last lap that was set by the 94 squad. There's Max Bunovic. So he did struggle a little bit more than this in the first qualifying session, but in the hands of Max, really doing well in the dark session so far. It's still very close. Well, I was going to say it's very close. I've just realised it's not. It's close between second and third, between the two Porsches. Only 94 thousandths there, as previously mentioned. It's nearly half a second between Bunovic and the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Good grief. Bunovic just about hung on to that. Was it an improvement? Well, no, he was already down on this lap, so quite why he was pushing that hard remains to be seen. I'm assuming he's going to bring this one in. Oh, is he going to finish it? No, he's going to complete this one, is he? Nope, he is bringing it into the pits and nearly clouts the pit lane entry wall. There's Jesper again, still enjoying the view. What view you can see in the darkness. Let's see who's on a lap at the moment. 29.471 from Ivan Aguado last time around, although he's just caused a yellow flag somewhere in the tail end of the lap. Masciuli is just starting a lap, so let's follow him through, shall we? In the Mustard Pescara car. Down through the S's once again. Excuse me. Hugging that inside line. Porsche should, I don't say easily, but have an easier time hugging that inside line than some of the longer wheelbase cars. Down towards, you just see the Delago. You see that the car is just oscillating, porpoising as the F1 term will go. You just see it just bouncing along the road. So that is the nature of Interlagos. It's not billiard table smooth. We now come up the hill. Larangina and now the S's. Oh, and again, the tail getting twitchy on the Porsche, way away from the apex, and that's that lap ruined. You just could not get that one slowed down anywhere near enough for that first apex. Now Peronino now up to the bigger Depato, still pressing on, but there's not going to be any improvement on this particular occasion as Damien Scovron back out in the number 94 car. He all wanted to continue to build a gap between himself and his fellow NB2, who's not in the session. We've lost we've lost the number 15. Strange. Okay, so at the moment they are just a class of 1. Now we often say, you're in a class of 1, meaning you've done very, very well. Well, that's taken in every literal form now for the number 94 team. Could be that the Deuces squad have felt they've done enough, but we will see. We will see if that is the case here and catch up for why. No, disappeared. No, I don't see an update on that one. Oh, they've had an R factor 2 problem. That's why. Well, it looks like Paul could well remain. There's enough time for them to rejoin the session, but oh well. If Deuces are going to call it a day on that one, there's still 40 minutes to the session. They could still get the car back in. But that is how it looks for LMP2 at the moment. Half a second difference between. What's not half a second? What am I saying? Still a couple of tenths difference between Burst and Deuces, so still very, very close. But again, you could argue they've got as much pace as they're going to get out of the car. What's the point? There's only 2 of them. They can't slip further down the field. And there's merit in the argument, but practice is always worth it. And you never know, they may get that golden lap that will suddenly push them towards the front end. And that's how the championship is looking for the GTEs. The Deuces team, with 2 wins out of 3, are again running away with the GTE crown at the moment. If they're not going to come out in qualifying, that's going to put them obviously towards the back of the GTEs, at the back of the GTEs, which with a bigger field is a bit more of a concern. That's how it's currently looking. Mustard Pescara, 29 thousandths ahead of DIS, 44 thousandths ahead of Unison. Very, 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 very close. This is a very strange decision from the number 74 car. As we've seen, they are already here. So why they haven't taken part is a bit unusual. There's the GT3 table. Very, very close. So shame CKR aren't here. Very, very big shame they aren't here. But Volanti are on pole at the moment with that 29.714 that Alex Zecher has put on the board. Let's have a look at the grid. There we go. So it's 45 thousandths between themselves and Glam Racing, which is currently in the hands of Lee Russell, with a Gadget who sits about half a second back from that. So it's the Audis that are vying for that top spot. We will see how that transpires in the remaining 38 and a bit minutes. So qualifying is drawing to, or will be drawing to a close fairly soon, as we ride on board with the number 53 car, Eros Masciuli. He's on a time lap. It's an improvement in Sector 1. Coming to the end of Sector 2 now. It's an improvement again. So is this going to be enough to get them ahead of the DIS car? Or is Eros going to deny us and come back into the pits? Let's have a look. No, it looks like he's going to finish this one, is he? No, he's denied us. He's denied us. He must have made a mistake somewhere. I thought he was up, actually, on Sector 1 and 2, but no. He decided to bring that one into the pits. I was half second down Sector 2. That'll be why. He made bad in Sector 2. Who else is out there? Denis Shchenko is going. Oh, Wojciech Polesny has decided to join us. The numbers... Oh, that 74 car has decided he's left it long enough now to do his one flying lap, which is... He did a few more than one in the first qualified session, but it wasn't many. And he absolutely blitzed the pole time. Now, finally, he gets the Juices Motorsport car underway. Let's see what the Czech driver is able to do. He's certainly got the capability of challenging. See what he does. Oh, don't hit the wall. Don't reshape the Aston. Oh, back into the pits. He would have been, with that pace he was setting, he was close to being, he was good enough for second and he still brought it in. Okay. Don't ask me, I'm not a driver. This is why I go for the, you wouldn't want me as a driver either. What's Scott Von doing? It looked like he was going away with them, but again, it was difficult to tell in the darkness. Is he improving this time around? It's very, very close. He could well find even more improvement. 119.579, so he's actually improved another 0.3 from when we last looked at him. So he's down. He is down now this time around. So that's a shame. But last time around, he was a 119.579. So that's why he set a lap on this run. So again, it's the usual thing. It's get out there, do the warm-up lap, then one-time lap, and then straight back in. So he'd already done it on this run. And if the 15 car doesn't reappear, they're essentially just doing practice now, which, as we said earlier, is always worth doing. You always want to get as many laps practice so you know exactly what the car is going to do at any given time on that particular bump. If you take the corner slightly too wide here, which is exactly what Jesper Pedersen has done. That's the lighthouse impression I was talking about. Denis Shchenko in the Unison car. That's the lighthouse impression when you spin in the dark. Not ideal. Decidia de Lago has claimed another victim. As Wojciech Polesny is back on track again, so thankfully he hasn't left it any longer. And that's the car that Dennis has just gone past. So the Juices car, the Juices GTE car at least, is still running. The 17 Unison car continues along its merry way. I've just realised Glam Racing have got the top spots in GT3. There's been a change there. I'm not sure what's happened there with Azatec, but now Glam Racing have the top spot, 6/10 ahead of Gadget Huset. For some reason on my screen, I was even get clarification on that. As the Azatec car left the session, that will be why. So over the line then for Polesny, who starts his time lap, or start this time lap. Is he going to do any more than one? Whoa, you'll need to with the tail sliding like that. Well, Wojtek, you should have been with us earlier. Either way, judging by how much he dominated his few runs in Q1 and how much he led by, practice is not something he's short of. There is Masciuli coming to the end of his lap. Is this a timed one for him? Yes, it is. But let's see if he finishes it this time. The number 53 Mustard Pescara car currently sits in the average timed pole position. Again, by very, very narrow margins, half a second behind Brenovic. And did he improve? Nope, he pitted that one. But Polesny is probably going to complete this. So let's see how they do. Up towards down through the Beaker de Bateau. So we know this lap has been difficult for Polesny. They still don't have a time on the board. They need to get at least something so it doesn't show up that they've done a 10-minute lap. Does he complete this one? Probably not, because he's some huge distance here behind over 2 seconds behind the GTE pole at the moment. Yeah, he's bringing that in. So still half an hour to do something about it, as our GT pole sitter has just caused a yellow flag. You've had a bit of a moment at speaking of Decida de Lager, beg your pardon. So Max Bunovic won't be improving this time around, but might feel the need to kind of push now that Pelesny is on the move, and he's come back out of the pits again as the number 74. So Bunovic could actually try and improve on that already great 128.902, the only GT car in the 28s, and that's still 4 tenths ahead of the DIS car. Now the Azatec 585's reappeared in the session. It's reclaimed its its position at the top of the GT3s. It's because their time disappeared completely from my timing screen, so I was a bit uncertain about that, but it's 129.715. So yes, the Azatec still are GT3 model, and that's why, because they're out on track again. So he could be looking to try and improve, especially with Lee Russell now starting to get to grips with the car, just 77 thousandths off the back of the 585. So the battle of the Audis has continued. Now where is Pelesny? What did he get on the board? Did he come back into the pits? Yes, he did. So still no time for the 74. There is Lee Russell. So we're now looking at two of our GT3 cars, or the top two of our GT3 cars, I should say. Alexander Zechia and Lee Russell. Looks like, I think that's Pelesny just ahead of Zechia with one of the burst cars that is involved in there, as the VIS Porsche has wandered off the road somewhere. And Damien Scott, it's Damien Scott, so that's the burst car that I saw a little bit further up the road. Getting in the pit too? Yep. He'll be getting out of the way. Oh, Zechia is getting all over the place. So that's another start of lap then for Pelesny. Matthias Harvick is on a time lap, but he did one before, so he'll be coming into the pits. Lee Russell is on an out lap, as we saw previously. Masciuli is on a time lap, so now we're seeing lots and lots of pushes towards trying to find those few tenths and hundredths in some cases to try and improve. The 53 cars just coming towards the line as we ride on board with the 404. Lee Russell coming to the end of his out lap. Now, does Eros Masciuli continue? He does. Does he improve? He does. A 129.341 puts him into second place, puts the Mastaro Pescara car into second, but that's still 4 tenths behind Max Bunovic in the 717 Unison car. And there is the 404 Down Racing squad we saw earlier on. And as you can see, Lee Russell is the one in charge of the beautiful black and purple Audi. Now, I'm also keeping an eye on Wojciech Pelesny. Angel Benegas, no, he's back into the pits. And Lee Russell's on a charge here. Best in sector 1, or personal best sector 1. So overall best sector 1. Oh, very nice. Best in class, was yes, absolutely so. Now Pelesny has set a time of 129.476, puts him 5th in the GTEs. Has he left it too late to set a time? Well, no, he's got time to do it. He's got just under half an hour now. We'll wait until Lee Russell has crossed the line to see how that pans out for the GT3 field. Is he going to overcome Zechia? Oh, it's very, very close. He has 77 thousandths to find, and he's 95 thousandths up apparently. So, minding on board, you can actually see that in the overall sectors at the bottom of the screen. Does Lee Russell find what he needs to? No, he lost time in the last sector. 129.812 last time around. Oh, that was agonizingly close, but still half an hour or just under to go. Let's throw it to a commercial break before we see the final half an hour of qualifying for round 4 of the EEWC.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Look at Schenko struggled to get that back under control and still ended up blocking the pit lane sideways. Impressive, very, very impressive. Now, Jesper Peterson, showing his artistic side, has left a small, small drawing on his chair. We can bring that one up. That made me chuckle during the break when he showed that to the camera. Unfortunately, we weren't live at that specific moment, but. There we go. He's drawn a self-portrait with the number one. I mean, he's not wrong. He is on top of the DPI class by 1.7 seconds over Denis Sashenko in the Unison car. I think Jesper Pedersen's pleased with that. And Burst are probably quite pleased with it too. 23 3/4 minutes remaining. Damien Skovron still pressing on. 1:19.45, so he improved on the LMP pole. He's the only LMP2 car still in the session, as unfortunately we lost the number 15 Robert Pound. Had a game crash earlier on, and the number 15 has not returned, so that's a bit of a shame, as they were really pushing each other quite hard. But even still, Damien Skovron has opted to continue to press on, and as we see Ivor and slightly further down the field, we've got the GTE still with 717, the Unison Racing, and GT3 still sits with the Azatec squad. So the pole times have not changed yet. Let's have a look at how the grids currently look. Even though the pole times may be different, and look at that. So even though the Azatec car may well be slightly quicker in this session, it's not enough to overcome the difference between the Southern Glam Racing by 4 thousandths of a second. My goodness me, and Gadget Husa are only half a second behind that on average. 4 thousandths over 2 races. Those Audis are so close. Fantastic to have an Alex Zescher in the car at the moment, trying his best to do something about it. And Lee Russell in the car at the moment, trying to improve, find any improvement they can. GTEs, now that Wojciech Polesny has actually got some laps on the board, it's put them back on the top spot. Even though Wojciech is only in 5th at the moment with a 129.4, it's still enough, considering the advantage they had after the first qualifying round, to have the pole by a 10th over Master Pescara, although Wojciech Polesny is on a lap at the moment. He's 5 thousandths behind Ivan Iguado in the MCM Motorsport car. DIS 3rd with Unison 4th, MCM 5th and IBC Sport at the tail end of the GTE field. So that's how the grids currently look. LMP2 and DPI, we kind of know, as there's only been a couple of them all session long. That's how the LMP2s look. And that gap has just increased. Unfortunately, with the game crash that Robert Pound had, the 15 cars not returned, so that gap has just increased. And he's always 2 tenths behind his daylight hours time was the number 18. As Jesper Pedersen's done the darkness hour lap time for the number 18 car. And that's how Jesper Pedersen doing the DPI car, and Damien Skovron and Tom Oldermenger doing the LMP2 car, of course. And Burst, well, maintaining their dominant grip of the DPI class. Denis Shevchenko has tried very, very hard to close in that gap, but it remains at 1.7 seconds between the two, which is slightly less than what it was in Q1, ironically so, but doing his best, but not able to close in too much in the number 17 car. There is a Jesper Pedersen pressing on. Oh, he's ditched the glitterball coat, I can see on the camera. It's dancing his way around the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. And pressing on, as you can see, picture in picture. He's now slightly less colourful, but no less determined. And he's still looking to continue to improve their lap time. This is just practice now. It seems unlikely, no disrespect meant to Unison Racing number 17, but it does seem unlikely they're going to overhaul them to enough, considering what the gap was at the end of the first qualifying session. How it currently looks. There is Alex Zescher with a sparking car screaming past them. It looks like there's something is broken. It's just the way the sparks are accentuated in the darkness. So whilst this session's GT3 pole sits with Alexander Zescher and the Azatec squad, as we saw with the average time, it actually sits with Glam Racing. But 4 thousandths of a second is all the difference is. Both cars still out there lapping. And Lee Russell was out there, he did a 132, so he was hurt up a bit in that session. Zescher is on an outlap at the moment, and Wojciech Polesny is just about to complete an outlap now. Wojciech Polesny could just sit still, but he then risks, if other teams improve enough, to overhaul the Juices Motorsport Club efforts in this qualifying session. So it's worth the Czech driver actually pressing on and making up the difference. We'll see what he is able to do. Here comes Pedersen over the line once again. 1:19.406 his previous time, and amazingly, Damien Skovron, well, there's now 1:19.369 as Jesper has just improved that. But Skovron was within a tenth of the DPI time last time around. 1:19.413. He's still within a tenth actually. An amazing weather update there. Still nothing but birds and wildlife to report in the Sao Paulo skies. So again, nothing our drivers need to worry about. It was a very different picture in Sebring. We had a lot of rain in the darkness, in the dark hours, but nothing that our drivers are needing to worry about this time around. 1:19.369, and that's, like I say, less than a tenth between themselves and Damien Skovron in the LMP2 car. So absolutely incredibly close, and it's in that middle sector, it's in sector 2 where the LMPs have the advantage over the DPIs. So looking at the sector times between the two burst cars, sector 1 19.310 for DPI, 1:19.412, so literally just over a tenth between the two cars. But in sector 2, is a 41.669 for Jesper Pedersen and a 41.167, half a second difference in that second sector to the advantage of LMP2. And then it swings back the other way for Sector 3 with an 18.290 for Sector 3 for DPI and 18.834. So again, 0.6 of a second, give or take, slightly less than that between the two for Sector 3. So it's in that middle sector where the LMP2s have a big advantage over the DPIs. But over the course of the lap, it's such a narrow difference between the two. Wojciech Polesny in the number 74 car has set a much more representative time. A 1:29.184 has put the number 74 car in second position in this session, but that has basically just confirmed their pole time, as it's going to be near impossible to overhaul the 74 by enough to knock them off that pole spot. Still 16 3/4 minutes remaining as we now look at Denis Schenko looking to try and improve on his 1:21.180. He's been really struggling in the darkness to try and improve the position of the number 17 DPI car, but pressing on nonetheless to try and do exactly that. Another time run, so he's already done a lap in this run. It was a 1:22, so again it's really struggling to find pace in the cooler temperatures for that car at the moment. Who else is on a lap? Max Bunovic has set a lap time, but he still remains at the top of the tree in GTE. In fairness, Wojciech Polesny he's doing the continuous lapping. He's not actually just leaving the clock to run out. He's actually going back into the pits and getting straight back on it again as we see Alex Zescher come back in the 585 Audi. The DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is on a lap, 1:29.306 their time. But we will see what they're able to do. And there they are, just coming down towards Jinshao with, I couldn't even see who that was directly behind. That's the LMP car, so it has to be burst. Just three cars looking to take. Oh, that's close. Struth. That was Damien Scovron getting very close to the nose of the Porsche there. So Andy Kurtzen, Yannick Gotthardsen and Mikael Lundtoft are the three drivers that take part in the DIS car. Did they improve? They did. That is, they improved in time but not position. That's third position for the DIS car, 29.286, just a tenth off the back of the Juice's time, and three a bit tenths off the back of the Unison top time of GTE. So good effort there from the DIS squad. Eros Masiuli is about to complete a lap as well. He's regained third position. He's just wrestled it back from the 45 DIS squad. So it's just 21 thousandths now between Musto Pescara and Juices. So it's a 29.205 in the number 53 Porsche. Nicely done. Who else do we have a look at? Ivan Aguado in the MCM car is on a lap. Oh, Denis Tishenko is off the road somewhere. That's who's caused the yellow flag, but he's already done a lap in this run, so that hasn't cost him time as such. What does Iguana do? He comes into the pits is what he's done, and Matthias Harvick is back out on circuit. Lee Russell is just leaving the pit lane now for Glam Racing, so still a big flurry of laps to be able to go through. And we'll keep an eye on the timing screen. Is that the DIS car doing another lap? No, he's coming in. There is Wojciech Polesny. And there's Denis Tishenko. So Denis doing, again, just trying to get something out of the car. So practicing for the darkness hours, if nothing else. Always worth doing. There is Jesper Pedersen in the, well, frankly, dominant Burst Esports Complexity car. No one has been able to get anywhere near the achievements of the number 18 all evening long. Wojciech Polesny is coming to the end of a time lap. I can see the number 74 car. Is he going to go for top spot? Of course he is. He's a racer after all. And it got the top spot in Q1 by quite a distance. Wants to repeat the feat, and he does. Oh my goodness, he's taken the top spot. He's let Unison Racing have their share of the limelight, and a 1:28.868 denies the 717 car the top spot by 34 thousandths of a second. Here comes Denisichenko over the line. Does he improve? Not this time, I'm afraid, as Max Bunovic has spun somewhere in the middle of the circuit and is now going again. Oh, that must be very frustrating. Max did so well to get that pole spot by quite a distance at the time, and whilst that gap between himself and the rest of the field has come down little by little as the session's gone on, Wojciech Polesny turns up in the final part of the qualifying and just blitzes it. Absolutely unreal. But that's the nature of the beast, and it's certainly what he did in the first qualifying session, so it's not a surprise that he's gone and done it again. In our GT3 field, let's have a look. They're all out there, all three of them. Actually, Lee Russell and Matthias Harvig are very close together on track. Lee Russell's just let Harvig past him. This lap is already been for Lee Russell. There is the Gadget Huset car. They were the other way around, but at some point Lee could well have made a mistake that's allowed the Corvette to come past him. Corvette now 6/10 behind the Glam Racing Audi. 29.792 is Lee Russell's time, or certainly the Glam Racing time. I'm fairly sure that is Lee's efforts there as he allows the Aston Martin through of Ivan Aguado by MCM Motorsport. And still back out on track comes Wojciech Polesny, so he's not satisfied with just claiming the pole spot. He still wants to improve on it. Very impressive. Very, very impressive indeed. Determined, if nothing else. Just under 11 minutes to go. There is Lee Russell using all the available rumble strip on the outside line to maximise his run down through turn 1 through the Cerner S's to see what he can do. So he wants to get that top spot back from 585. But it's 2 and a bit tenths now between the Glam Racing car and the Azatec car. So that is likely to be enough. Although we saw from the averages before, it was 4 thousandths in Glam Racing's favour, with 29.544 on the board for the 585 car. We'll see if that is still the case, but Lee Russell's not leaving anything to chance and pressing on anyway. Slightly down in the first sector, but nothing irrecoverable, as Denisichenko has wandered off the road somewhere. Again, further compounding his troubles in the number 17 car. There is Lee Russell, now working his way down the hill towards Junxiao, or Mugello, and then Junxiao. There's Alex Escher, you can see in the picture-in-picture, the two Audis at each other's throats. Who is going to be king of the German marks? We will see. I think this is a little bit off the pace for Lee Russell this time around. He's going to complete the lap anyway. No, he's not. I was looking at the split times. He was down. So he's opted to this one. Can Zescher improve? Not this time around by the look of the split times. No, he's behind again. So no improvement to be found on this run for the Azatec car. Who else is still going? Wojciech Polesny's still going, along with Max Bunovic. Getting late in the day. And Eros Masciuli is... Eros has actually improved the Musto Pescara qualifying time, 1:29.018. Now the time for the number 53 car, just 1/10 off the top spot. Oh, Bunovic clouting the apex there. He had a best sector 1 as well in the GTEs, 21.734. He's done a best sector 2, so is this an improvement? No, he just lost it in that last sector. That's a shame. Best sector 1 and 2 for Max Bunovic in the 717 car. Oh, what might have been. Well, not for that tiny mistake. There's Polesny pressing on. Is he going to complete this lap? Looks like it. Improved again. Let's have a look. Yes, he does. 28.817 now is the difference between himself and Max Bunovic in the Unison car. Just to further rub salt in the wound. Goodness me. 7 3/4 minutes to go. Who is on a lap? There's various laps still to complete. Ivan Iguardo is still going for MCM Motorsport. Max Bundevic straight back out on the job. They're just continuing the laps. It's a relentless assault of laps going on. Ivan Aguado back in the pits. DIS Sim Racing Lab is coming up to Sector 3. So we'll see if they're able to improve as we ride on board with Max Bundevic. This will be his out laps, so nothing to see. There is the DIS Sim Racing Lab car coming through the final turn. Now, do they complete this one or do they pit? Let's see. It's always difficult to tell just because of where the pit lane entry line is. It's going to complete, and the time is a 29.041. So there's an improvement in time, but not position. 23 thousandths off the back of Eros Masciuli in the Musto Pescara car. Very, very close between the two Porsches. The two Audis and the two Porsches are having an absolute humdinger of a battle as we now look at Max Bundevic. That's not a lot of light coming out of the front of the BMW. Considering how much you see from the front of the Audi, that's comparatively pathetic. The good thing is a decent amount of actual lighting elsewhere. I mean, you do use a fair amount of muscle memory and what have you when you're pushing on, but even still, you can't do it completely blind. No, that's not going to help. Bundevic is trying his best to find those extra few tenths, few hundreds. Sadly, the tail of the BMW was not having that. This is where it went wrong for Bundevic before, I think. This will be the lap he's just started. So, that was the one that was just after actually he made the mistake and had to bring that one into the pits. So sadly we didn't see quite where that went wrong. It was around Mugello. No, not the track, the corner name. Where that went wrong for the BMW. If he made a mistake in Mugello and he's taking part in this race, something's gone horribly wrong, considering Mugello's in Italy. So that would be quite an error. Bundevic is likely to return back to the pits as this lap is already gone. It's 4 tenths down in the first sector just because of that one error coming through the center, or coming out of the center S's, just trying to get the power down slightly too early, and the tyres just look at him and go, "Are you having a laugh, sir?" Unless Bundevic decides to do another lap, he's let through the burst car, or one of them. That is Jesper Pedersen. That's the DPI car that's just gone past. Whoops! As Bundevic clouts the inside wall, he's got enough time to get back to his pit box and get back on with the job, but less than 5 minutes. He hasn't got many laps left. There's Denis Sashenko, still yet to get consistent laps in that second DPI car. As Damien Skovron is back out on circuit in the burst LMP car. And still, Jesper Pedersen is looking to continue to improve his lap time. 1:18.945 for the 18 car. 2.2 seconds ahead of Denis Sashenko. Absolutely unreal pace for the Burst Esports squad. Who else can we have a look at? Everyone else is either on an out lap or they've done their lap. So Pedersen is the closest to completing his lap. There he is, face full of concentration. Coming to the end of, where are we? We're at Jin Xiao now, riding on board with the number 18. And he's backed out of it, so he's not going to, he has his couple of seconds down in the second sector. He's going again, that's fine. He's going for the practice, 1:21.1 that time around, so nothing to write home about on that occasion. What about Damien Skovron in the other burst car? Does he improve? Just coming to the end of his lap now. And that is into pit lane, so no improvement for him. What about Dennis? I would suspect Dennis is coming into the pit lane. No, he went over the line, but did not improve. 1:22.5 for him. Max Bundevic is determined to find improvement. He's started another lap. 3 minutes remaining. Angel Benegas is just about to start a lap, is he? No, he's coming to the pit lane. And the DIS car's gone off. It just started another lap. was slightly down in the first sector, but has unfortunately caused a yellow flag. So there is Budovic. What can he do here? He's a 10th shy in the first sector. Can he make up the time in sectors 2 and 3? Not by doing that. Again, the tail of that BMW just getting away from him at the worst possible time. I mean, well caught. But yeah, that's already done this lap in. There's no way he's going to be able to make up the time now. It's such a shame because he's clearly got the pace and he knows it as well. That's why he's pushing so hard to try and get the sector times he can. But that's pretty much... Well, no, he might just about. It really depends how quickly he can get the car turned around or if he's got enough fuel on board to do another lap. We'll see. What's he going to do? Let's have a look. Yeah, Budovic comes in. I thought he might. No, I don't know. He's not going to have enough time. Well, no, he's not going to make it because it's a 1.5 minute lap and he'll have less than that by the time he comes out. Well, Polesny's just chilling now. He's not interested in coming back out. And again, he's claimed the top spot in GTE for Juices in both sessions, so he has no reason to come back out on circuit. Michael Pedersen for ID Simsport has called it a day. So this is a bit of a squabble, but DIS aren't going to make it unless they're on a lap already. The 53 car has parked it. He's had enough of the night. No, DIS is on an out lap as well. There's the Gadget Husic car in the background of that. They were on a hot lap as well, so that's probably been compromised. As we now look at Denis Yashenko just coming to the end of a time lap. Oops, he caught the apex there coming through Jun Shao. And there's the DIS Porsche. He's not going to make it before the checkered flag falls. There's Lee Russell for 404. He is going to make it to start his final time lap of the night with the DPI car screaming up behind him. There's Maciej Kasperczyk has come back out in the Azatec car for one last run. Oh, why not? I mean, it's not going to improve because he's a couple of tenths down in the first sector, but it's practice if nothing else. One last run indeed. Lee Russell has already backed out of that, so nothing to improve for the 404. So the battle of the GTEs has gone to Azatec, or the battle of this session has gone to GTE, I should say. What about Skovron? Is he going to come and complete this lap? The checkered flag is now out. So no more laps can be commenced. These existing laps can be completed. And that was an improvement in LMP2. 119.296. Good grief. That's only 3/10 off the DPI sister car. Driven by Jesper Pedersen. My word, more cars come to park. I don't think we're going to see any further improvement. Kasperczyk is not improving on this run. Lee Russell, we know, has already backed out. The DIS car. Oh, Kasperczyk might do it, actually. Has he done it? No, he was a few tenths off at the towards the end, but pressed on nonetheless. He gave it everything he had. Lee Russell, though, we know he's 7 seconds down in the last sector. There's Jesper Pedersen, not quite repeating the feat of his esteemed teammate coming in on fire backwards last time around. And there's the DIS car. Are they going to complete their lap? I would imagine they're already down. So yeah, into the pits they come. Lee Russell's already brought... Oh, there is Lee Russell just bringing his car in. Kasperczyk will need to come back to the pits. Skovron's already come over the line with that storming improvement to the LMP2 top time. So that is qualifying done. Both sessions are now complete. There is Damien Skovron bringing in the Burst LMP2 car. The remaining cars have already completed their laps. So that is the session over and done with, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying is done. The grids are now set. So when the last cars come in, when we get the final times updated to our data, we will then get the grids confirmed and displayed for you right now so we can see who is starting where and what. An evening's qualifying that has been, and it was good to see that everybody was really pushing right up until the last. Nobody really gave up on any kind of improvements to be found until right at the death of the session, which is great to see, and thoroughly enjoyed that on our competitors, setting the stage for a wonderful 12 hours of Interlagos taking place tomorrow night. This should be fabulous to see. Right. And there's poor Callum Wilson, still on the highlight reel after headbutting the wall. In fairness, he did get cramp in his foot, so it was a bit unfortunate for him. So hopefully get the grids up very, very shortly. Let's see how well our fields have done. It's a bit unfortunate we had a few less drivers taking part in today's qualifying session, but as we know, we are in the midst of holiday season. As much as, I mean, the calendar was confirmed last November, but even still, holiday season is still now, isn't it? The schools are broken up. People are away, living lives away from sim racing, as if there is such a thing, of course. But that was a nice drift from Michi Hoyer. Really did put on quite a great show in qualifying one in the burst squad. There's actually the two burst cars in that same shot. Yeah, Michi did give us quite a lot to shout about, but stormed it through for the DPR. So there was Denis Shevchenko's very dramatic entrance to the session. They were a little bit late joining the session initially, but that was how Dennis made his entrance known. There's Michi sliding the car again. As we've got, now we do have someone in the green room wanting to have a chat to us. It's one of the drivers of the 585 Azatec car. We have got Alex Sasha. Are you with us, sir?
I am.
Well, guten Tag. Good of you to come and join us. So, it looked like you really had to fight the Glam Racing 404s. The average pole time was like 4,000s in their favour for a while, but I think it has swung your way. How do you feel after that?
Oh, I feel good. Finally getting the pole position.
I mean, how did the car feel in the dark? Because several cars looked really, really sketchy, certainly for the early part of the darkness session.
Yeah, it was definitely a fight a lot of the times. The car bounced. Well, after a few setup changes mid-qualifying, it definitely felt better, I would say.
So I'm guessing that you wouldn't want to change too much from the daylight session, as the car looked like it was doing well in the daylight hours. Was there much you changed from the first session?
To be honest, I didn't drive the daylight setup, so I actually don't know how it is compared to that.
Fair enough. So 12 hours of Interlagos. Now, this is quite a different session as track to the likes of Sebring and Monza and more akin to Matsusaka that we had at the beginning of the season. How difficult is it to conduct an endurance race at a track like Interlagos?
Well, Interlagos is definitely special because, with all the hills, all the blind corners, it's gonna be difficult with the traffic for sure. And fighting the car with the tires and everything, it's gonna be difficult for tomorrow.
Excellent stuff. So when can we look forward to you being in the car, Alex?
I'm going to be starting the race tomorrow and driving the first two stints, so yeah.
So we'll see you in the daylight hours. Well, best of luck then for the 585 Azatec car. Thank you very much for spending the time with us, Alexander. Thank you very much, Alexander Sasha. Auf Wiedersehen.
Have a good night.
And you good sir. Thank you very much for coming to join us. So then, if production has the numbers ready to go, let's have a look at how our grids line up for the 12 hours of Interlagos tomorrow. Let's have a look, see if they're going to play ball. Let's start, as we normally do, with our DPIs. Kick it! Right, let's have a look. And here we go then. So we will, of course, start with the DPIs. It was Burst Esports Complexity, the number 18 car that is on the top spot with its sister car, the LMP2, the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car, alongside it on the front row. On row 2, it's the number 15, the Juices Motorsport Club car. Robert Pound, Sabakis, and Stein Friends are on that one. With the second of our DPI cars, the number 17 Unison car with Rozamov, Eschenko, and Kamal in charge of that one. Number 74, the first of our GTE cars, the Juices Motorsport Club car. Wojciech Polesny doing the business on both qualifying sessions to put that car into P5, the lead GT car, alongside the Masto Passara ADG number 53 Porsche. And then it is on row 4 on the number 45 DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, alongside the 717 Unison Racing BMW. Despite Benovic's best efforts, he was eventually knocked off the top spot in Q2, but a fantastic effort nonetheless. Row 5, the number 27 car, the MCM Motorsport Aston, joins the lead GT3. That's the 585 Azatec Sims was White Volante Racing. Took to the death of the session for the Azatec car to overhaul Glam Racing. It was so close, which really sets up for a great crescendo for tomorrow's 12-hour race. Then it is the aforementioned 404 Glam Racing Audi on row 6, alongside the 777 DSR Gadget Huset Corvette. And then on row 7, the 166 ID Sim Sport car has that row as the last of the GTE cars, alongside well, these cars didn't qualify, so if we see them, this is how they will line up. So there's the number 82, the Mugen Sim Racing car. Hopefully we will see these cars come and join us tomorrow for the race. Then the Sem 9 Axel, the lead DPI car, or lead championship DPI car. Yeah, a lot of non-competing cars, unfortunately. It's a shame to see, but again, we do understand that it's holiday season, etc. There's the number 21, the LMP2 Sem 9 Axel car would start in row 8. Then the Team Adrenaline number 33 would be there on row 9, along the Teleforeningen number 188 car. There's the number 1. It's the Viaducten squad. It's a shame they've kind of struggled to maintain the pace that we've seen from them in the past, but that's the nature of the beast as well. There's the number 31, which would start at the tail end of the field. Number 54. Yeah, we haven't actually seen that number 31 car compete. So number 54, that's the second of the MPE Master Pescara cars. I'm so sad we didn't see the number 13, the CKR car, come along tonight, because I really would have loved to have seen that compete on home territory. Great shame. There's the number 26, which, again, we haven't seen. And the Team Iris car with the number 77, and then its sister car, number 7, would be behind it. There's the Cyberlinks car, the number 241. Again, we didn't see them, and we hope that we do see them soon. There is the second of the Iris cars, number 7. Yeah, like you say, it's not a mistake. There are actually 2 of them. Number 32, one of my favourite livery cars, the B32 Racing McLaren. Yeah, they've had sort of good runs in the past, but not with us this time around. And there's the number 67, the second of the Mugen Sim Racing cars as well. And that rounds out the grid. We don't have a number 0. That is how it's an unknown car, apparently. That would be curious. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is our qualifying show done and dusted. So we will be starting the 12 hours of Interlagos tomorrow, the 23rd of July. We'll be starting at 2 p.m. CET. So adjust that to your own local time zone. We very much look forward to seeing you along for the ride. Until we see you there, thank you very much and good night.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Let's go.